All right, mic check. Everything's working.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to call to order the Monday, June 9th, 2025 Royal Oak City meeting to order. We're going to begin with an invocation given by Commissioner Hunt, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask that you stand if you can, please.
During the month of June, we proudly celebrate Pride Month, honoring the courage, resilience, and joy of the LGBTQ community. It is a time to reaffirm our commitment to love, acceptance, and the dignity of all people, embracing the diversity that makes our city stronger. We also look ahead to Juneteenth, a day of profound historical significance, marking the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. It is a time to learn, to remember, and to recognize the journey toward justice, a journey that continues and calls us to stand together in the name of equality. Royal Oak is truly fortunate to embrace both of these celebrations, weaving them into the heart of our city's spirit. As we move through June, let us seize the opportunities before us, attending events, listening to stories, and engaging with one another. May we open our minds, welcome different perspectives, and recognize that through understanding and connection, we grow stronger. Let us move forward inspired by unity, compassion, and the belief that all people, in their uniqueness, contribute to the beauty and the city, in this city that we call home. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, thank you all for being out here tonight. A lot of business we have to attend to. Before we move further in tonight's agenda, I want to address a couple things that have happened in the past and maybe how I've handled them. And so I made a post on Facebook. I'm not the most active user on social media. I admit that as well. But I want to take a moment to set the tone and remind everybody about why we're here tonight and the respect that we need to have for all of us in this chamber. And so I was asked to read the comments that I posted, and I'm going to do that real quick so we can start off all on the same page. In recent months, we've seen a significant rise in the number of deliberate interruptions, disregard for our common rules, and most sadly, harassing behavior towards fellow citizens. I've received resident feedback critical of how I've been addressing these disruptions, and I take it to heart. A great number of people feel city meetings have been hijacked by the same handful of attendees and said I've been too patient and too accommodating to those intent on derailing the meetings. Several more have informed me that they don't feel welcome or safe to share their opinion, especially if that opinion is different from the most vocal group. I have personally witnessed people being mocked and interrupted at the podium when they disagree. For example, a woman was told, and I paraphrase, "I hope you get hit by a car on your bike ride home." And on another occasion, a man was followed to his car when he spoke in favor of something they were opposed to. Yet another person confessed that they feel safe everywhere in Royal Oak, except these meetings. It's clear that many people feel their rights to free speech are being infringed upon through intimidation and threats by an apparent vocal group. We often have children attend our meetings for presentations, school credit, scout badges, and awards. A parent directly informed me how appalled they were that their child was called a little B word by an older attendee for simply remarking that it was difficult to hear the meeting. I think we can all agree this is not okay. This is a shameful situation that some members of our community have put us in. It'd be easy for me to simply place the blame on a handful of people who clearly have an agenda of sorts. However, we are beyond that now, and as the chair of this commission, I am accountable to maintain order. The vast majority of Royal Oakers want their meetings to be a place of respect, dialogue, and professionalism. From time to time, especially during municipal election years, we occasionally need to take a break from a meeting to de-escalate the situation and politely remind people of the rules of order. This is in lieu of having misbehaving individuals removed from the chamber. We want everyone to be here, but the disruptions have been escalating in severity. In hindsight, I can see how some people believe that exercising patience and tolerance may have emboldened a handful to disrupt the meetings. For big topics, we have standing room only at times. Out of respect and fairness to everyone who wishes to speak, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Purposely going over your time implies that you believe that you and your time are more important than anyone else waiting to speak. Let me remind everyone, this is an official government proceeding, similar to a courtroom. It's not a political rally, a campaign commercial, or a sporting event. Civility, procedure, due process, and basic human respect for your neighbors is not expected, it is required. I've taken input from my fellow citizens seriously, and I've worked with our city manager, our city attorney, and our police chief to best maintain order and ensure people feel safe exercising their free speech without intimidation. We respect and acknowledge that some people will not always agree with the decisions we make. That's been the case since democracy was born. We welcome and encourage people to freely express their views. While in this chamber, you can use your time at public comment to say whatever you wish. But know this, you can't disrupt city meetings or intimidate others. Tonight, if we continue to have harassing behavior or disruptions, we may stop the meeting, potentially clear the room, and deal with the specific individuals who cannot show respect to fellow residents. More often than not, it's the same individuals who ignore procedure and incite others to do the same. Not enforcing the rules would be a dereliction of my duty and unfair to the majority of residents who want their city to perform its duties. Disorderly conduct and inciting disorderly conduct are beneath the standards we hold as Royal Oakers. We truly want to hear from everyone who wishes to speak. So let's make sure all of us set a better example how to debate our differences without infringing on the rights of others. So this brings us to item 4 today, which is the approval of the agenda. Do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Douglas?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Herzog. Okay, any discussion on the agenda? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have an agenda. All right, this brings us to item 5, public comment. Where are our public comment directions?
Attached to the agenda.
Attached to the agenda. All right.
Very fine print.
So, we're going to hold public comment. We're going to do it a little differently than what we've done before. So instead of waiting for me to call on individuals when you raise your hand, we think it'll be a little bit more effective and efficient if we can start a queue right here at this podium, and we'll just line up. If you have any mobility issues, please let us know. Ms. Barkman's over there. We can make and take care of any special accommodation you may have to get you in line, et cetera. The rules remain the same. We want to encourage an environment where everyone feels free to speak. We don't want to have any signs of intimidation. We don't want to mock anybody. We don't want to interrupt anybody when they have their time there at the podium, okay? All speakers are limited to 3 minutes per person, not per topic, okay? And there's a time tracker up there to help you keep track of your time. Please be mindful that we want to hear from anyone who wishes to speak tonight, so that's why we limit it to 3 minutes. And if there are a lot of people lined up that want to speak, please don't go over. Like I said in my opening remarks, everybody's time is equally important in this room, and we want to be respectful of it. So I'll start here shortly. I think we've covered all the basic rules of public comment. If you're here for any of the hearings, so we do have a public hearing on the liquor license transfer request for K-Pasa, and we also have one on the budget. If you're talking about those topics or want to talk about those, and for the Brownfield for the 14-mile property, you can wait until those topics, or till that public hearing is open, and you can speak during that time, okay? Because that's when it will be most relevant. So with that, I guess we'll begin. First in line.
Good evening. My name is Trish Oliver, and I've lived in Royal Oak and Oakland County since 1986. This is to thank Commissioners Kristen Nelson of Waterford Township and Charlie Cavell of Ferndale for proposing financial disclosure and ethics rules for the Oakland County Commission. A recent Royal Oak Tribune article confirmed that Oakland County Commission Chair and fellow Royal Oaker Dave Woodward is working as a consultant for Sheets to bring a location to the already overburdened 14-mile and Coolidge intersection despite overwhelming public outcry. Concerned neighbors have wondered why Royal Oak politicians would welcome Sheets, which is generally thought to be too big for that site, after Madison Heights, Farmington, Canton, and other cities have denied it. We agree with Commissioner Nelson, who said, "It is crucial that elected and appointed officials take proactive steps to ensure our residents that decisions are based on merit and the community's best interest, not partisan agendas or personal financial gain." We also commend Commissioner Nelson for asking, the question is, how is Dave Woodward allowed to have a personal side business that affects the county's business? We'd like to know how much he's being paid and we'd like that to be disclosed, but we've heard it's $40,000. Why would our fellow Royal Oaker Dave Woodward violate the will of his neighbors for the sake of his own personal gain as a consultant? Royal Oak politicians need to stop suppressing free speech by taking punitive and severe recesses, including a 20-minute one at only 9 p.m. at the recent April 28th City Commission meeting. In addition, we would appreciate it if the mayor wouldn't take to Facebook right before a meeting, as happened tonight, in order to cast doubts and aspersions on the hundreds of respectful, informed, and knowledgeable residents who have come before you to voice their concerns. It is crucial to Royal Oakers that decisions are being made based on merit and the community's best interest, not partisan agendas or personal financial gain. Please uphold the will of the people and vote no to Sheets tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Mr. Sackett.
Good evening. Mark Sackett, General Manager, Royal Oak Leprechauns. Just finished our first week last week. We got Madison Mallards coming in on Wednesday and Thursday. Hope you get to the park. First 6 games we had. That park at Memorial Park you have there has 500 seats. In the first 6 games, we had over 5,000 visitors to the park. So I'm a former fifth grade math teacher, so we packed that park. And Mayor Mike threw out the first pitch and he bounced it in there nicely. So, maybe he didn't. So, anyways, back in when I was a kid, I used to collect beer cans. My father, when President Carter was in office, there was a beer out. I don't know if you recall that, anybody, called Billy Beer. So I had found one of those cans a few years ago. I've got some gifts for each one of you. I have got a Royal Oak Leprechaun Lager. So I'm going to have to hand it over here, and if you'd like one, take one. I have 8 of them, so I'm going to too short, so someone's going to have to give it up, or you're going to have to come to the game and buy one. So we are having a great time at the ballpark. We hope you can make it out there and experience it. Our city manager will throw out the first pitch, I don't know when. Do you remember when? The 7th?
July 5th.
July 5th. Okay, I'll remember that from here. But we are hoping you get out to the ballpark, see how we transform that park every night, and have a great time there. And it's good baseball, and it's good community relations there. So I'll leave you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sackett. Well, being city clerk's a real tough job. We'll see how many make it down this way.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, Janice Wagman. I'm going to keep this brief. I'm here to thank the Veterans Committee for all the hard work that they did putting together the Memorial Day Parade and the ceremony. I thought it was just wonderful. I cried through half of it. And as a classmate of someone who there's two of my classmates from Dondero who were killed in the Vietnam War and are inscribed on that memorial. So I just want to thank them for all the hard work and what a wonderful job they did. And the Historical Society for the Pancake Breakfast. So thank you.
Good evening. Cheryl Medea, Samoset Road, the Upton neighborhood. As a resident of Royal Oak, I oppose the proposal to build the Sheets 24-hour complex at the intersection of 14 Mile Road and Coolidge Highway, and have been watching the city's website and monitoring the agendas of the different committees for additional information on the development of the project. Imagine my surprise on Friday, June 6, when a 911-page agenda was posted for the Monday, June 9th City Commission meeting. As I scrolled through the agenda, I noticed that there were 450 pages of the 911-page document devoted to the Sheets development. The agenda item was identified by the address of the property and not as the Sheets development. Most Royal Oak residents would not recognize the project unless they knew the address of the property, which is unlikely. Was this intentional? Furthermore, how can the public receive a 450 pages on a Friday and be prepared for a public hearing on the following Monday? Was this intentional? After reviewing the information and attending multiple meetings, it struck me that nowhere did I find or hear what gap or need that this complex fulfills for the community when all of the services offered are already available in close proximity to the proposed site, and who determined that those services were needed at that location? Certainly not the neighboring community. What I did see is that the City of Royal Oak is going to give an out-of-state multi-billion-dollar corporation a $2.8 million tax exemption and is relaxing its zoning laws to accommodate said corporation. Where is the benefit to the community? Again, why are we rolling out the red carpet for a corporation that pays low wages, can have significant environmental impacts, and that the surrounding community does not want? Seems to me that the money could be used to encourage development of business initiatives or housing that is pro-neighborhood, pro-worker, and family-friendly. The only benefit I can see is for the corporation and its paid consultant. According to the city staff memo included on June 6 agenda packet, HRC peer review providers, F&B traffic study providers paid by Sheets, city staff and a developer representative held a meeting to discuss the remaining traffic concerns. However, no data has been provided to the public detailing the decisions made at this meeting. Minutes of the meeting have not been published. Why? What I also find interesting is that there is no information on the possible impact the traffic congestion generated by the Sheets complex would have on emergency vehicle response times. Where are those studies? I don't see any evidence of an evaluation by an independent expert or that the police and fire chiefs provided data or signed off on this issue. Where is the input of the city engineer? Was that intentional? Why is the Sheets development being handled in this way? Is it because of the fear of an overwhelming negative response from the residents of Royal Oak? Like much of government today, is Royal Oak pushing corporate profit over resident welfare? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gina Saab. I'm also here to talk about the proposed Sheets to be built at 14 and Woodward. I'm 31 years old. I've lived in Royal Oak my entire life. I grew up walking distance from where that Sheets is supposed to be built. My parents are still there. And I have not spoken to a single person in our community who wants this. So the questions have already been brought up. Whose interest is really in mind here? I'm not going to repeat the already very good comments that have been made by a couple of people here. But I will go into a little more detail on some of them and share some other things. There has not been a comprehensive test on the impact on traffic. People will say they looked at that, but there were a lot of gaps. Particularly, there has been, as was just stated, no analysis on the impact this will have on the response time of ambulances or fire trucks. My mother, who lives there, has had 2 heart attacks. We don't have minutes to spare. We're a community that takes care of each other. And this is not taking care of each other. This is taking care of the interest of a few individuals. It's not investing in Michigan. It's not investing in our people. Royal Oak should follow the lead of other cities and hire an independent expert to examine the response times, because that individual may not be subjected to the same political pressures as the police and fire chief who are appointees. And they are great, they are wonderful, but we have to understand that they're people and they're in the political system, right? We don't look at organic labels on foods and say, great, we say, oh, this was reviewed by this independent whatever, right? We need someone that's not partial. We need someone that doesn't have a financially vested interest in their results. We need someone that doesn't have political interest in their results. Further, any decision besides denial should be delayed until independent public safety experts review all the data and determine the effect of more traffic at the Coolidge and 14-mile intersection and on those response times. Affected neighbors have also wondered why Royal Oak politicians would welcome Sheetz, which is generally thought to be too big for the site, after Madison Heights, Farmington, Canton, and other cities have denied it. Why is it that those cities have those opinions and Royal Oak doesn't? Why is it that they're willing to take care of their people, but Royal Oak is taking care of the interests of a few? Thank you.
Good evening. Michael Iwata, 31001 Woodward Avenue. I'm a 25-year, well, my family, 25-year history here in Royal Oak as business owners. What I can tell you, frankly, and I'm hoping you can help clarify and answer for many of us tonight in regards to this Sheetz proposal, is one, what will it do to enhance the safety of the 14-mile and Coolidge corridor there? How does this development properly make it a safer environment to us here in the community? More importantly, in addition to all this, Royal Oak has always prided the self of being for the small business entrepreneur. I can tell you here, approving such development would greatly deteriorate the surrounding businesses, specifically even the local guy who everybody knows as Wally across the street. While we respect laws and we respect the ordinances, I encourage you to really understand the effect that it would have on the local business. And if such business should close, what would be the potential of redeveloping such site in the event that it needed to be redeveloped? These are things that we should consider as we're going through these checklists, not just looking at what the ordinance might say or maybe even a study. I can assure you that a Sheetz gas station sees about 1,400 to 1,600 customers per day, where an independent store owner would see half of that. What that means, essentially, is a Sheetz or even a major brand would see double the traffic than it would that you're experiencing right now. Common sense tells me that would greatly deteriorate the safety of that corner. So my question to the folks today is how will that make this and enhance the safety of that corridor there? What needs will this development bring to our community that aren't already met? And lastly, all of you have taken an oath to listen to the constituents, and it's pretty clear here today, based on the outcry and the comments, that the community doesn't welcome such development, regardless of what an ordinance may say or anything like that. At the end of the day, we hope you listen to us, and this is a development we're greatly against as business owners and community members of the city. Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Halleck. I wish to address the Sheetz issue. I spent 14 years on the Planning Commission, 9 of it as chair, and one of the basic tenets of planning is do no harm. Do not make a situation worse. The Sheetz proposal does absolutely the opposite and makes everything worse. We're also supposed to pay attention to the experts that we pay for. Well, the experts that we're paid for, the traffic consultants, say this doesn't belong there, it shouldn't go there, and it wasn't even a close, well, hedged. It was just a flat no, this doesn't belong here. You also just passed a brand spanking new master plan that acknowledges this intersection is an absolute nightmare because it got its own special section where it says you should straighten out Coolidge by running north right through the property you're discussing for the sheets. So if you approve the sheets, you are ignoring the traffic consultants. Does anybody want to regale us with any sudden expertise on being a traffic consultant? I didn't think so. And you're also ignoring the people you spent $500,000 for to come up with a master plan that says this intersection stinks and you need to improve it, not make it worse. So, and coupled with that, and looking at the other communities around town who have been turning sheets down left and right in much better situations than this, I have to ask, why are we such suckers that we would do that? Oh, never mind. Obvious answer.
Good evening. Bill Harrison, resident since 1941. First of all, a big thank you to Judy Davidson, unfortunately she's sitting out in the lobby, for creating the text and getting the Elizabeth Hamer historical marker purchased and installed in the Hamer Park on Crooks Road. The Hamers are an important part of Royal Oak history, and it is essential that their story be included in the early history of Royal Oak along with other pioneer families. So again, thank you, Judy. I don't know if she can hear me. The sheets business is not the issue. It's the location, specifically the 14-mile and Coolidge intersection and the already poor traffic conditions. The negative review by HRC and the lack of support from interested parties within the Royal Oak administration speak volumes as to the negative impact the facility will have on the already stressed traffic situation at the intersection of 14 Mile and Coolidge. Sheets belongs on Stevenson Highway near I-75. I'm most disturbed by the involvement of County Commissioner Dave Woodward, acting as a paid consultant for Sheets, and that some of you are engaged in business enterprises with Woodward. Unfortunately, your disclosure statements are replete with limited liability, that's LLCs, acronyms, so it is impossible to know specifically what you were involved with. When I was on the DDA, I disclosed the specific properties that I own, even though I have an LLC. Thank you.
Hello. I'm also here about Sheets. I've lived out here my entire life. This is the first time I've come to a city meeting. I, agree with what everybody else has said. I also live walking distance from the intersection that everyone's talking about. At one part of the intersection, yeah, there are 9 lanes already and it ends up congested. Regardless of what needs to be done with that intersection, it's as is, it's gonna stay a high traffic area, especially with Woodward right there. And if you think about the Woodward Dream Cruise, it would be a literal, like you couldn't go anywhere for the entire month of August. And it's definitely the location. I would probably go drive out 10, 20, 30 minutes to, well, maybe not 30 minutes, but if I was in the area, I would go to Sheets, but not in that area. It's a half mile from an elementary school. There's playgrounds all over the place. In that area, it's like, you don't have to walk far to get to a park. Lots of young families with little children. People walk their pets out there. Yeah. So, I know the time's not up on here, but there's really not that much more to say. Yeah, if I walk down to the end of my side street, I can see where they're gonna put it, and it doesn't make sense to put it there. So, Can I just stop now? Thank you.
My name's Mike Grant. I've been a resident of Royal Oak all my life. I've been to 2 of these previous meetings, and the thing that really bums me out the most is the fact that you've driven the majority of the people that have filled these rooms. They don't bother coming back anymore because in everyone's mind that lives in that area, this is a set deal. There's no way you guys have any indication of listening to what we really say. You don't care. And that's the way we all feel. I live 3 blocks away and 1 block south of 14 Mile and Coolidge, right on the corner at Upton Grade School. Now, I can tell you right now, when there's a construction element taking place of any nature, consumers, DTE, shutting down 1 lane either way, the westbound traffic between Coolidge to Woodward Avenue, that runoff of people getting frustrated with the intersection now, all those people turn going toward 13 Mile. So you've got all those roads become cross highways. I'm on a corner right by the grade school. You know how many times I've seen cars drive through those stop signs without regard to the children? Any one of those kids get killed, the blood is on your hands for letting this go through. I want you all to remember that because I guarantee you I won't forget. And as I said before at the first one of these meetings that I was at, you people have picked the stupidest place in the entire city of Royal Oak to put that thing. Thank you.
I've been here before to talk to you guys about the Sheets. I live at Coolidge in Normandy, right by the proposed Sheets location. I'm just going to keep this simple, plain, and quick, like I always do. You're giving a brownstone tax exemption to Sheets, a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You're hurting our schools by offering Sheets this tax exemption. Also, by bringing in Sheets, a block away from Upton Elementary, you are bringing in more opportunities to get hit, opportunities for kids to get hit by cars. I don't see how this helps our community at all. I mean, maybe it'll employ 5 people, but it's underemployment. They're not going to be making a living wage. And really, nobody needs to be eating that slop at 3 a.m. anyways. I mean, this is a disservice to the community all around. Thanks.
My name is John Zagardelli. My comments are for the rezoning of the 14 Mile from industrial to commercial. I urge the commission to deny the request. I've lived on the east side of the area and also currently live on the west side of the 14 Mile and Coolidge intersection. And it should be kept as an industrial zone as intended, as the traffic pattern does not fit for the commercial business. I believe it's a bad intersection and it will get worse with the rezoning. The traffic study fails to properly assess the traffic with the new business using, as an example, using data from the 2020 pandemic within the study. It does not project the increase of accidents or the potential of increased road rage with the increase of the congestion from the site. It inadequately addresses the solutions to the traffic. As an example, it just suggested increased lane lines to prevent side swiping of accidents that could occur. It also does not take into account people making improper turns in and out of the area of the business. As an example, relating to the McDonald's down the street, there are signs and markers to not like to turn a left into and out of the site, but people and drivers take turns in and out of the site all the time, and there has been accidents in the past, and I can see this site, if it's rezoned, to cause accidents like those not foreseen by the traffic study as just the reality of drivers making these urgent turns to go about their business. So with that, I would like to urge the commission to listen to the residents and act upon their wants for the community and to not rezone the area. Thank you.
My name is Aaron. Why I'm here? I come down on crew all the time. I don't see nothing open. I want a gas station open over there on crew. I come work in the morning. I got no coffee in the morning, nothing, and I want a new gas station on crew. It helped me. Thank you.
Nancy Poprovsky. Royal Oak officials' campaign slogans: Mayor Fournier, improve public safety. Commissioner Douglas, focus on a city that is safe. Commissioner Macy wants to bring a strong voice to decisions that impact all of us. Commissioner Herzog, ensure Royal Oak is safe. Commissioner Chisholm, have a strong moral compass. Commissioner Woodward, commissioners are at the top of the list when it comes to supporting small business. Senator McMorrow, I care deeply about having a safe city. Officials stated they support small business. A vote yes for Sheetz is a vote for $1 billion predatory monopoly big business that destroys small businesses in its relentless path. They're invading Michigan with 50 to 60 stores in 5 years with no regard for all the jobs lost by their monopoly. Sheetz only employs 2 to 3 people per shift. They're not a job creator, in reality, a job destroyer. An official stated, I have a strong moral compass. Sheetz donates to an administration that is proposing to cut child food assistance, weaken child protection services, children's Medicaid, including mental health and youth suicide prevention, along with preventive infant mortality care. How can you support a business who supports an administration that hurts children in this way? Is that having a moral conscience? A commissioner states they want to bring a strong voice on decisions that impact all of us. Please use your strong voice and support the hundreds of people against Sheetz and the direct dangerous impact it will have on people's lives and traffic safety. Officials state they're focused on keeping the city safe. Are you going to approve Sheetz without getting recommendation from the people who protect our safety at the highest level, being police, firefighters, city engineers, etc.? Isn't this gross negligence? Please, do you believe that this intersection is safe now? And with added traffic, when Sheetz comes in, first responders at Beaumont stated they don't need a sandwich at night. It's too dangerous of an intersection. The residents don't want it. The night shift workers don't want it. The public safety officials won't recommend it. You should vote no for safety, like you say in your campaign flyers. Please. Or are you selling out your neighbors for Sheetz? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kay Thomas, and I've lived in Royal Oak now for about 35 years. And it was a really exciting day for me when I paid off my mortgage, and I thought, I'm a homeowner in Royal Oak now. I had never participated in local government before, started coming to these meetings about February when I started to hear of things that were concerning to me. I live in that quadrant right there, and we acknowledged when anybody moved there that we live near Woodward and you're going to hear traffic noise. We don't call what's going on right now Dream Cruise. We jokingly call it Dream Cruise practice, but the police can't even handle the racing that's going on there now. So good Lord, what if the traffic from this future development increases the number of accidents and we don't have police and fire there in time? I was an unpaid crossing guard at Upton Elementary for the whole time that my daughter went to school there, and I was almost hit more times than I can count, and I was
visibly driven at by a woman who disobeyed the no left turn out of the driveway, and we had to call the police on her. People turn left out of that McDonald's just past the overpass when there's a no left turn sign there. So you think eastbound traffic wanting to get into that development are going to recognize a sign that says no left turn? They're going to do what they want. There's just not enough police presence to enforce the kind of nightmare that the traffic increase would cause at that intersection. I tried to process through some of those 1,400 pages of the document that was published on Friday, and I saw conflicts that didn't make sense to me, and I don't know who to ask questions of. The Brownstone plan says it's in reasonable accord with the master plan for the city of Royal Oak, and yet 5.4.6 on the master plan says implement a solution to the Coolidge and 14-mile jog because it's a nightmare intersection. Please, please listen to the 1,000 people that live in this quadrant. We're already living with the Woodward, scary traffic. We have the noise from the train, got it, moved in, understood that's going to be there. We have the noise from the plant there on Coolidge, got it, people making a living, don't have a problem with that. We do not need 24/7 noise, traffic. Good Lord, what if the water from the car wash makes that an ice rink in the winter? Please listen to your people, please. Thank you.
My name's Bob Stugland. I've been a resident of Royal Oak for over 60 years. I grew up on Genesee Street. Now, Genesee is where there was an abandoned bank building, and it was zoned for 16 units, and this commission approved putting a 42-unit apartment building there, and with inadequate parking, even though 300 citizens of that neighborhood signed a petition against it. The same thing's happening with Sheets. The people don't want it. You don't care. The bottom line is, none of you live in Northeast Royal Oak or Northwest Royal Oak. None of you live north of 12 Mile or east of Maine or north of 13 Mile and west of Maine. It shows. Now, I was a union local president and chief steward at Local 1264, the Sterling Stamping Plant in Sterling Heights, for 37 years, elected for 37 years. 9 of those years, I chaired monthly membership meetings. And at every one of those meetings, I soon realized that people can't come to those meetings because they're unhappy, because they want to vent. They need to vent. That's the one place where they could vent. And it's their meeting. They have a right to do that. They have a right to clap for each other because there's a lot of people in that audience that are scared to death to come up and talk. Now, I'm not eloquent, but I'm not afraid to speak my mind. But what you're pursuing is censorship. You did it with the town hall meeting for the master plan when you had people have to ask questions, turn them in ahead of time, write them and turn them in ahead of time. So they couldn't ask the person who put the master plan together, him questions. They couldn't ask follow-up questions. All this is censorship. Way you put things at the end of your agenda, when you know the whole place is packed for Genesee or Green Lantern or this, and you put it at the end of the agenda, always. So all you're doing is promoting your own goals through censorship, and that's what it is. Now, I'm a Democrat. I voted for every one of you, probably. But there is such a thing as buyer's remorse, and believe me, I've got it.
Hi, I'm Nancy Sumner, and I've been a resident of Royal Oak since 1978. And I want to make a comment on the Facebook post that the mayor put. I believe by putting that today on your Facebook post was a way to intimidate people from coming to this meeting and speaking their mind. I have never been to a meeting where anybody has been disrespectful to somebody that has come up here and talked. I've never been to a meeting where anybody has sworn at anybody, let it alone be a child. But your Facebook post sure does look like intimidation to people so they don't come up here and talk and speak their mind. And now I'd like to say something about sheets. I live 3/4 of a mile from Woodward Avenue, and every single night, with my windows closed and my air conditioning on, I can hear people racing up and down Woodward. That is going to happen on 14 Mile if you put a sheets in there, because they're not going to be respectful of anybody that lives in that area. You guys have to start thinking about the residents and not making money for your own pockets. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, honorable ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm here to speak for a different topic for the award of janitorial services. My name is WROK. I'm the Director of Operation of WROK Cleaning for over 23 years. For over 10 years, WROK Cleaning Corporation have been your janitorial services provider for City of Royal Oak. We have had a very good relationship with all the departments. We have been providing exceptional services in majority of the building. WROK Cleaning has gone through a few bidding process for janitorial services and still has become successfully chosen for City of Royal Oak. Some of our site managers, employees, they are resident in City of Royal Oak, meaning they are the taxpayers of this city. WROK Cleaning currently cleans 17 city complexes, colleges, county buildings like Wayne County, Oakland County, Genesee County, Ingham County. We have over 175 employees, full-time and part-time, and we clean over 10 million square feet daily. We would like to inform you that our bid was $60,000 to $70,000 less than expected contract that you are scheduled to vote on this evening. I ask you to consider our proposal, and doing so save the taxpayers of City of Royal Oak tens of thousands of dollars. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. I guess we're going to close public comment and bring the meeting back to this side of the table. Thank you, everyone, for taking a moment to come up and express your views. We took notes. We'll talk about a lot of those items when agenda topics are presented, and I think the decorum went very, very well. And so from this mayor to all of you, very grateful for the respect and restraint shown tonight. A very proud moment for Royal Oak. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull anything off tonight's consent agenda? Commissioner Macy.
Item E.
Item E. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we have a consent agenda that excludes item E. Does anyone wish to make a motion for approval of the consent agenda excluding E? We have a motion by Commissioner Macy. We have a second by Commissioner Hunt. All right, discussion on the consent agenda. Yes, Commissioner Colo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out on this consent agenda is the block grant improvements for this upcoming year. We're unsure if we're going to continue to receive those funds that we've relied on for over 40 years to continue to improve the city. It is millions of dollars a year that was in jeopardy. This money goes towards things such as housing rehabilitation for low to moderate income seniors and homeowners, to allowing people to stay in our city, age in place, to continue to enjoy their house. A rent eviction program that is administered by the Legal Aid and Defender Association to make sure that residents are able, when they fall in hard times, to recover and bounce back. Shelter for those in needs, as we have a day shelter to house on home in times when it's too warm or too cold for them. In-home services for our seniors through our Roses program is funded through this program. This is where seniors are able to have low cost to free help around the house doing chores, mowing the grass, any various items. And then our housing rehabilitation program, and then finally our park improvements. We rely on this heavily for park improvements. $750 will be allocated this year to a new park, and $750,000, yes, not $750 that won't even buy you a garbage can. $750,000 to rehab Gundire Park. This is about the 10th year in a row we've continued this process. It's been a priority of this commission, and we've done great results throughout the city. So I just want to thank the rehab board that voted on this and the commission for its support on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Colo. Anybody else on the consent agenda? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. Item E, Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not actually sure who to direct this to. Is Ms. Coy here, or do I send this to you? So the master fee schedule has all the fees that are related to administrative functions across departments in the city. Oh, actually, I see she is here. And the one that caught my eye and that I had some concerns about were the field fees schedules. Wondering about how that would impact the recreational youth and adult sports that we have that are nonprofits in the city that currently have use of the fields for significantly less than is there. So I just wanted to ask some questions about that before we approved those items.
Okay, is Mr. Gotcha, is that a question you want to field, or Ms. McEachern? She was kind of walking in as we were asking the question, so I don't want to take her too off guard.
Through the chair, I'll invite the Director of Parks and Rec, and I can just provide a preface that the nonprofit fees were going to be discussed with each individual partner, because each individual partner provides a level of service that's different. So really it's with respect to those services. But Nikki, I don't know if you had anything to add in terms of the approach?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Commission. Good evening, Commission. Hi. So the fee schedule is for all of our fees, for all of our fields and all of our pavilions, many of our room rentals as well. So this is across the board fees. The fees you're speaking to for those specific nonprofit organizations that we partner with regularly, that's a different discussion. It doesn't necessarily apply to this particular fee schedule, because this is for just our regular customers that we work with on a regular basis. The recreation revenue that we receive from our fields each year is around $100,000, and that's for our routine rentals. Those partnerships are different situations that we would want to have those, discussed separately, since those organizations provide a lot of wonderful programming for our community, and this fee schedule is more for our typical customers that we rent to on a regular basis.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. And then I guess I have a follow-up that maybe for our city attorney. So if these fees were to be applied to any of these recreational programs through these partnership agreements, where would that approval lie? Like, would we see those agreements? Would they go to the Parks and Rec Board, or would they be something that would be handled by staff administratively? So now there's a standard, right? Like, the fee schedule is set, and then we don't know what the agreements will look like in the future.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, and I'll refer to Nikki a little bit on this, but as far as agreements are concerned, we have agreements with certain entities that run certain programming for us. Those will always be on some sort of agenda for your review and approval when they're up. Just plain usage of those, you're approving tonight, the master fee schedule that would approve the rates for usage outside of anything that wouldn't have an agreement with it. Can I say every single usage is going to have an agreement? No.
But those large scale
The bigger
that we're
scale
talking
ones,
about,
yes. I envision, those types of things would warrant an agreement. And So for this commission's edification, we're working on like a master template agreement for those types of things that'll eventually just be a plug and play type of situation where you plug in the agreement with the proposed user and the fee, and that's it. There, so you'll see it as a boilerplate type of scenario moving forward eventually when we get there.
Okay, great, that's really helpful. It's just for these larger users of our fields, these fees would be probably over $100,000 for their annual use, which would be a quite significant increase for these small nonprofits. So I just wanted to make sure that that's not what we were necessarily approving tonight, but I think I feel comfortable with it, so thank you.
Yeah. So my understanding is that like some larger organizations are bringing programming and all of this, and they're doing certain things and maintaining the field and renting porta potties and all that. So you would look at that as a more comprehensive agreement with the larger entities that are doing programming and have other responsibilities than just saying, here's my fee, I want to use the field for the day.
Yeah, that's correct. This fee schedule is something that we do every year. In the past, Commission has approved fees just like this for fields that the department uses for our routine customers. We have a lot of customers that use our fields. Our fields are in very high demand. Those youth sports partners you're referring to are different from this fee schedule. It's a different discussion and would have a different partnership agreement like Nick was referring to that we would be bringing to you at a later date. But this is just our routine fee schedule we do every year for all of our customers.
But there's no current agreement right now that we could look at between the city and these groups, right?
Are you referring to? Well, we have an agreement with some of our organizations where we're partners with them, so we waive fees for those organizations, and we're proud to be partners with them as it stands, and we work with them regularly.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I mean, sort of. Yeah, I think the mayor says it does, so I think it does.
I was nodding because I understand, sorry. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I understand it, we have some events, like let's say a car show at Memorial Park, which is a one-time use, and that gets charged a fee to use the field. This update could reflect that. Other uses of the fields, let's say through some sport leagues, are not, there is no agreement in place right now for most of them, right? And we're working to get one of those. I think this body makes a statement usually that we value the recreation programming that's involved. We know that as a city, we don't have that capability offered through our recreation department, and that's why we partner with these community resources to offer these programs that we're incapable of offering on our own. It brings great value to the community. I also want to point out that through ordinance, anything that has to do with recreation in the city must go through the Parks and Rec Department and then filter up to the City Commission. So any sort of agreement or charge to any organization has to go through this body eventually.
Yep.
So can I ask Commissioner Cole, since you're the new rep on Parks and Rec, did you approve these fees as they stand?
And Commissioner Mace, you did so well for so long too. Yeah, the Parks and Rec Committee did look at these fees, and we discussed it that it wouldn't be an increase to any of those recreation teams as they were seen.
I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Macy. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Herzog. Any other discussion on the topic? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, this brings us to item 7, public hearing on the request from the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, licensed establishment Que Pasa Taqueria 2 LLC, for approval of a new plan of operation. Lieutenant Kuchel.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. The Royal Oak Police Department received a request from Que Pasa Taqueria 2 LLC, doing business as Que Pasa Taqueria, to review a plan of operation for a new Class C liquor license to be located at 221 East 12 Mile Road. The applicant is also requesting a Sunday PM sales permit and SDM permit. The applicant is seeking approval while in the application process with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. They are purchasing a license from Sengen LLC, which is currently active at 449 West 14 Mile in Clawson. Que Pasa Taqueria has been operating as a Mexican restaurant in Royal Oak since October of 2024. The owner, Mr. Gustavo Ruiz Velasco, has another Que Pasa Taqueria location in Sterling Heights, which has been open for 4 years, and their liquor license was issued in June 2023. He has been actively involved in the restaurant business for the last 10 years. If approved, Que Pasa Taqueria will operate as a Mexican restaurant with table service only. They are not requesting an entertainment permit, dance permit, or outdoor service area. The proposed hours of operation are Tuesday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. They will be closed on Mondays. Their anticipated food to alcohol ratio is 80% food to 20% alcohol. Last call for alcohol service will be 30 minutes before closing. The total proposed seating for the location is 56 patrons. The Royal Oak Police Department looked at this closely and is not opposed to this request. I'm happy to take any questions, and the applicant, Mr. Ruiz Velasco, is present for questions also.
Okay. Questions? No questions for PD. Okay, does the applicant want to come up and tell us a little bit? I mean, you're not obliged to by any means, but if you wanted to make any remarks before we open up the public hearing. And you'll have a chance after the public hearing to make remarks too, if you like, if there's questions that pop up.
Good evening. My name is Gustavo. I'm the owner of Que Pasa Taqueria. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. Thank you. You know, I'm glad that Royal Oak accepted us, you know, as a small Mexican restaurant to open here. And, you know, we, a lot of the questions that people ask is, when's the margaritas coming? You know, and I'm always like, you know, give me some time, give me some time. And, you know, the opportunity came, and I felt like it was the right move to do, and you know, I'm happy to bring good margaritas to Royal Oak. You know, hours of operations are still going to be keeping the same, no change whatsoever, and you know, strict measures as always. And thank you.
Any questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Colo.
Can you remind me, how long have you been in Royal Oak now?
I've been in Royal Oak since October.
Awesome. And what made you choose coming here to, you know, expand your empire?
Oh man, honestly, I love the community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always dreamed about moving and expanding to somewhere where like it's home. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I saw an opportunity at 221 East 12 Mile Road, and I was like, I bet you they're gonna love Que Pasa Royal Oak. Another feature was a lot of Royal Oak residents would go to Sterling Heights, you know, and since that location is very small, it would get swamped and too clustered. So I was like, I know where to go now.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. And I mean, you bet right. People do love you, so it's.
Thank you. No, yes, and we'll continue having good food, and quality is my key.
Can I get a less spicy version of that green sauce? Because I love the green sauce, but
Of course, yeah.
It had my mouth on fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to open up the public hearing. The same rules apply to public comment. This public hearing is specific to the request for a plan of operation related to a liquor license for Que Pasa. So is anyone here to speak on this topic tonight? All right, we're going to close the public hearing and bring the meeting back to this side of the table. Any additional questions for the PD or for the petitioner? I guess I'll just add, wonderful food. My family and I have filled up on several occasions. My daughter is a big fan, although she's not and will not be old enough for a while to partake in the margaritas if this is approved. Nonetheless, she loves what you serve. We love what you serve. It's good food, and glad to have you in Royal Oak, and great job. Okay, all right. Commissioner Macy.
Move approval.
A motion by Commissioner Macy. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. All right, discussion. All right, with none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. All right, congratulations. Everyone's going to be talking about the margaritas coming soon, so it's be really good.
Every time.
Every time. Sorry, guys, it's in my DNA. I'm flawed.
So you're saying it's not your choice?
It's not. Oh man, this could get out of hand real quick. Those saucy remarks. All right, this brings us to item 8, which is the conditional rezoning site plan 3200 West 14 Mile Road, first reading. Mr. Murphy is here to kick us off. And actually, we'll start with Mr. Murphy, and then I'll have a few questions for Mr. Gaccio. But Mr. Murphy, proceed.
Okay. Good evening. This site is located at 14 and Coolidge. It's a former industrial manufacturing business that's been vacant for several years now. It's a single property that's located in the city's general industrial zoning district. And the petitioner is proposing to split it into 3. There are 3 components associated with it. Parcel A and B front along 14 Mile Road, and Parcel C would be essentially the north half that comes to a triangular point. Parcel C would the petitioner is requesting that it would remain general industrial, so the same zoning district, and that it be approved for some slight modifications to the existing building in order that the adjacent cemetery may use it for their purposes. Parcel B would involve a new automated car wash, and parcel C would provide for a convenience store with packaged alcohol, a dine-in component restaurant, a little bit of outdoor seating, a drive-through, and certainly canopies related to their auto filling station. Parcels A, the petitioner is requesting that parcels A and B be conditionally rezoned from general industrial to general business. So auto filling stations and auto washes are uses that are allowed in the general industrial zoning district, and that's why the petitioner is seeking a conditional rezoning request to allow for those uses. These are, as noted in the report, they're voluntary conditions under the provision in the State Act, which allows the petitioner to request a conditional zoning agreement with you, so they're voluntary. A public hearing is not required. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing at their February meeting. This is a modification to the zoning map. They're requesting, again, a rezoning of what we have shown here as parcel A and parcel B. And so it does require 2 readings tonight. First, if you approve it with conditions or without, it does move forward to come back to you as a second reading. But it is not a public hearing at tonight's meeting. At the February Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend approval, so recommended forwarding this project to you. They noted a few items, 4 of them. 1 would be parcel C, and I'm going to hover over that on the map. So as you can see on the right side of the screen, again, the site would be divided into 3 separate parcels of property, A, B, and C. They would have a central drive aisle off of 14 Mile Road that would be shared. So the Planning Commission required that they provide language with regard to what's referred to as cross-access agreements, so legal documents to allow people to transverse across each property to get to the independent pieces. So the petitioner has yet to provide that. If it moves forward to second reading, we would work with the petitioner to incorporate that documentation into the documents for the second reading. The Planning Commission noted that the canopy lights, and I'm going to jump to a different page. The lights on the underside of the canopy for the filling station, we allow a maximum illumination of what's referred to as a candle foot is the measurement. And we allow for 10 candle feet of illumination underneath the canopy, the lights of the canopy, and the petitioner is proposing to far exceed that at 35 candle feet. So you'll have to determine whether that's appropriate, and the petitioner can answer questions with regard to why they believe they need greater amount of lighting than what's specified as the maximum under our ordinance requirements. So this graphic provides you a general understanding of if the lights were on the building, the convenience store, and I'll hover over the canopy of the fuel pumps. Obviously, directly under that, it's very illuminated. As you come closer to the exterior of the property, it's still lit, well lit, but that illumination dims it down. So the light does not shed beyond the property boundaries more than what the ordinance allows for.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I just want to be clear. So it's within the 10 candle foot limit at the property lines?
Yes, they do meet the requirement for the maximum illumination at the property lines.
With parcels A, B, and C?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but the lighting on the underside of the canopy for the filling station, that is far exceeds the maximum that we allow. You have that discretion through the conditional rezoning agreement to determine whether you can recognize that as deviation from our standards.
Thank you.
Certainly. The petitioner has provided access. The Planning Commission asked that they provide an illustration to illustrate the access from parcel C, which is the storage building for the adjacent cemetery. They do now on this drawing show, you'll see a driveway that extends from parcel C, or the north side of this property, over to the cemetery, because again, that will be for the cemetery's use. And the Planning Commission was focused on the petitioner's traffic study. And since the Planning Commission meeting, the petitioner did work to provide a revised traffic study, and that was a peer review was conducted by Hubble, Roth and Clark, or HRC. And so I think it would be appropriate to discuss that at the right time. Once the petitioner has given you an overview of their entire project, we can talk about some site concerns that you may have with regard to the site and the uses, and then turn our attention to the traffic study and access to and from the site.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Murphy? I have a couple questions for Mr. Gaccio, just to kind of level set where we're at today. A lot of public comment. There were a number of valid points brought up and questions. One of the things I just want to make sure everybody understands, and I think the person asked the question, why is it, say, 14 Mile on the agenda and not Sheets? And I just want to make sure people understand the legislative and judicial aspect of the Planning Commission, and how an applicant, in this case through a real estate developer, comes to the Planning Commission with an application to do something. We're not choosing, we're not saying, hey, developer, do this, or hey, bring a gas station, or bring a whatever. Things come to us, and Sheets may be a tenant here, but the actual property itself under planning. So that actually, that question, we can answer that, but it triggered me to say, can we just give a, 1 minute background on how these things come in front of us, so people understand that it's not us saying, here, come here. It's people own property, and they apply, and they offer site plans, and we have to evaluate it on specific criteria.
Sure. Yeah, in this case, a developer owns this property, and they're looking to redevelop the property. Since the uses or tenants can change on the property, it's standard for us to refer to a property as its address or parcel number. We wouldn't typically refer to any project consistently in a public packet by a business name, because a business or redevelopment could change, the tenant could change. So the property address is consistent. In terms of what we are doing here today, this is a typical redevelopment tool that a developer may approach a city with when you're looking at a land use that might have development issues. This one is it's a triangle polygon. It bisected by the railway, bordered by a cemetery. So they might have challenges in recruiting and redeveloping it for industrial use, which is its current zoning. So they do have redevelopment tools that they can explore and pitch the city to see if the city would prefer what they're proposing versus a vacant property. And the city typically would seek to activate vacant properties. And so that's what we're doing here today. This is a conditional rezoning. It is saying that they're having a difficult time cultivating industrial tenancy. They'd like to use this tool to explore different ways to activate the property. What you have is a recommendation for conditional rezoning from a developer to change the use to bring in these tenants. But it looks like they want to keep the rear use same and preserve access to the cemetery for facility use. So they wouldn't be changing the zoning on the rear property, just those that border 14 Mile.
And from a planning point of view, from a decision criteria, looking at the tenant, I mean, it's really, we're looking at the conditional rezoning and we're looking at the site plan and we're looking at those factors, because tomorrow the developer could say, oh, no, I'm gonna, the lease didn't work out, I'm gonna move forward with it, and it's going to be another operator. So the criteria we have to look at is really measured in the site plan itself, the use of itself, and the zoning itself.
Yes, that's correct. And when the zoning changes conditionally, you're looking at those factors that would come along with tenants that would fit in this proposed zoning classification.
It's not that we can't separate it in our mind or we're ignoring it, but we have a judicial set of terms by, at least on the planning commission, by state planning law, that we have to look at. Okay. All right, sorry. I just wanted to level set because I do think, and it was actually a really good question. And I was like, yeah, that's a really good question. We should probably, go back a step and understand the position we're in, the position the planning commission's in, and, how we're here today. So I appreciate that. All right. Questions? Commissioner Hunt.
I do actually have a question for Mr. Murphy. Going back to the Candlefoot issue, understanding that as it's proposed, the Candlefoot doesn't necessarily expand beyond what's allowed based on what you just indicated. What is the effect of the lighting being more intense underneath the shed than what is required?
I think it's for allowing for a maximum that's appropriate is to certainly allow for people approaching the fuel pumps to have it to be illuminated enough so that they have clear visibility of who's there. They don't bump into anything they shouldn't and cause any significant problems. So it's really intended to allow for that, but not to go above and beyond. When we look at most of the development sites in the city, they are in close proximity to adjacent single-family residential neighborhoods. And so the point is to allow for it to be safely illuminated for people to safely move about on the site, but not to be something that causes a disturbance to adjacent property owners.
So in this instance, it does not cause any issues to adjacent property owners?
There are no directly adjacent single-family homes, no.
All right. So the fact that there is the candle strength underneath the shed is much stronger than what you've indicated is allowed for. Is there any negative effect of that?
It would certainly be more illuminated when one drives by. I think that's probably the petitioner's tenant could respond as to why they believe that's a standard that they like to hold to versus a lower threshold of 10 or even somewhere in between. I think they could probably provide some contextual background as to whether that's their operational standard or if they designed it specific to this site for some reason that we aren't thinking of at the immediate moment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Chisholm.
Well, just along that same lines, so I understand that the lights are shining down, but is there lighting on the awning as well? Is it a lit up cover?
It is, that's not the in excess.
Yeah, I understand that, but I do wonder if in combination, what is the effect of lighting to the surrounding neighborhood? Like, just is the appearance of a lit awning and then bright lights shining down, I just wonder if the lit awning makes it appear brighter to those coming nearby.
I'm not aware of that. Perhaps
Okay.
the petitioner.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Should we bring the petitioner up? Is petitioner here and want to explain your request today to this body?
Well, I'll state that if you'd like to, Steve, if you'd like us to show some drawings on the screen, you can simply refer to that, and I'll try and do my best.
All right, thank you very much. Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Robinson with Broder Saxe. We are the owners of the property and the petitioner of the development. Thank you for having us here this evening, and we know that this has been a long road, and we appreciate the positive nature for which staff has worked with us in a constructive way to get us to where we are today. And we're happy to discuss whatever issues the council might have. I just wanted to give you a little background about how we got here today. And, when we talk about planning, we started looking at this project, and I gave this speech to the Planning Commission. So when we started looking at this project, it was after a number of developers before us had made attempts to redevelop the property in different forms and fashion. The difficult part is, we're looking at a 5-acre plus site with roughly 70,000 square foot industrial building, which is by all means dilapidated and functionally obsolete. So the choices here were to try to redevelop this site or repair this building, and at which point we would have a 70,000 square foot industrial property at this location. And I think if you were to take a look at the traffic study of what that would look like, it would be significantly worse than what we're talking about now. Remember, this property operated as a lug nut factory for, I don't know what it was before that, but shipping lug nuts in and out of this site via semi-tractors. So when we looked at it, we said, what does this really, what's the best use for this property? We did this before we purchased the property. And my first inclination was, I don't live far from this intersection. I'm sure that's going to come back. That comment's going to come back to haunt me at some point. But we know that this is a difficult stretch of road between the jog of northbound Coolidge. The first thing we did was we engaged a traffic consultant, and I've never in my career, and that goes back farther than I'd like to admit, have I ever done a traffic study on a piece of property before we actually did a site plan or before we actually purchased the property. But we knew critically that we had to make this a functioning intersection in order to develop anything here. Even if we were going to reoccupy the building that was there, it still needs to be a functioning intersection. So that was our first task. And we hired Fleece and Vanderbrink, which was at the time Royal Oak's consultant. We got a permission from the city to engage the city's traffic consultant, and we did a traffic study. Based on that traffic study, we started to look at potential users and uses for the property. It's kind of a tweener site when it comes to retail. The retail uses are pretty much all north on Coolidge Road. This is not a destination location. We looked at a residential, or actually a developer before us looked at residential, but because of environmental issues, railroad tracks, the configuration, triangular configuration of the property, it just doesn't work for residential. Right now, it's hard enough to build residential anywhere, let alone on a site like this. So what we really wanted to do was try to come up with uses that would capture the traffic that was already on the road. So convenience retail. So we're not creating a destination where people are going to drive 5-6 miles away and come to this location. We wanted to develop something that would simply take the traffic or substantially take traffic that's on the road today, bring them into our site and put them back on to go on their merry way. And that we thought would be the best use and the least impactful use for this location. So we picked convenience retailers. We met with a number of different service stations owners throughout the southeastern Michigan. Some of them have actually objected to this plan this evening, and we decided to go with Sheetz. One of the reasons we went with Sheetz is because they just have a great product. They really, really do. For those who've been there, I'm not going to advocate for Sheetz one way or the other, but they have a great product. They're a wonderful company, family-owned company to work with, and we've enjoyed the experience despite some of the opposition and funded opposition that has come out to many of their communities. So that was our objective, was to get service retail that would capture the passerby and put them back on the road. We ended up with, the Sheetz and the car wash, worked with the cemetery in the back for them. They're working on long-range plans relative to their existing maintenance facilities, which are located on the north side of the cemetery in the city of Birmingham. Matter of fact, I believe the cemetery just went through the rezoning process in the city of Birmingham to allow the existing maintenance area to be used for plots in the future, as they're running towards the end of their life of a number of plots available. That's how we ended up here. There's a lot of details between here and there. I know you have some of them and you'll have questions for us. I won't take too long on this presentation. I just want to open it up. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Robinson? Commissioner Macy.
I guess we might as well start with the lights, since we've already been there. Can you explain why 35 candle feet seems appropriate when 10 is our limit here?
I will.
Good evening, David Brockelmeyer Sheetz, 39300 West 12 Mile Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan. Thank you for having us here tonight. I would be happy to address some of those concerns with lighting. So really the ask for some additional lighting under the canopy is only related to safety. There's a lot of auto and pedestrian interface underneath an auto canopy. We've all been to a fuel station. There's a lot of people around sometimes. And with a lot of that interface and with a lot of dark hours during the winter, you need to have some kind of safety and the ability to visibly see pedestrians well, let alone dispensing fuel, potentially filling up maybe a little bit of oil in your car or something like that. You need some visibility for really safety purposes. A little bit of context on 35-foot candles. A lot of fuel users in the past have something like 50 or 60 or maybe even higher. We are asking for something that is tastefully lit, however, not as extreme as fuel stations of the past. So that's a little bit of context. I'd be happy to answer any other question you might have. I'd be open to having a discussion about the lighting levels. However, we are going to ask for some relief tonight just to make sure that we have safety provided underneath our canopy.
So that my follow-up question was going to be, is there a compromise position on this between 10 and 35? I I understand what you're saying, and yet we've all been at other gas stations that are at 10, and I can see that maybe brighter would be better, but it's quite a bit brighter, it sounds like. And also, when you drive through Pennsylvania, you can see them from a distance, and I think that's sort of the draw, right? It's like those lights that go up in the sky. So I wonder if it makes as much sense in a city that looks like Royal Oak to have something quite that bright right there.
Definitely understand your concern and appreciate the thoughtful conversation around this. I think we'd be willing to go to something like 25-foot candles. That would still provide enough lighting for our cameras, the appropriate visibility for pedestrian auto interface, just safety dispensing fuels and things of that nature. I would be willing to take that down to 25 maximum, which roughly would bring it to a 19-foot candle average, something in there. So if that would be more amenable, I'd be willing to offer 25-foot candles as a maximum.
Okay, and then next follow-up question is that you sort of just answered is why this wasn't addressed as well as the other issue that were outstanding that were asked to be addressed before you presented here tonight. Was sorry, Mr. Murphy, was the pass-through issue, is that the first issue that they didn't address?
Correct, and that relates to the developer and all three pieces of property.
Okay, so maybe I want to switch contestants here.
tag. I'm sorry, I missed the question.
So in bringing this before us tonight, there had been some concerns that we had asked to have addressed. One of them was the candle fee. It was noted that was too high for our limits, but the other one, Mr. Murphy noted, was the pass-through lane. Mr. Murphy can explain it better than I can. That was supposed to be addressed, but was not in the proposal tonight.
The cross-access easement agreement across all three properties, which is legal paperwork that still must be incorporated into the development agreement.
Okay. Okay, so I'll take them one question at a time. Relative to the foot candle issue, there's no route for us except for to come here and ask for your support. So we attempted to resolve that with staff. Staff said that's not within their purview, and then we would have to address it here. Relative to the documents that will eventually govern this subdivision, or I'm sorry, this condominium, typically we do not prepare those until we get through this phase. Those are a fairly expensive set of documents. So if there's any modifications, we prefer to get those done now. We will immediately engage. We've begun, but we will engage our attorneys to finalize those documents, which will serve as cross-access easements, stormwater easements, sewer, water, all of the easements that would typically be found under an REOA or under a condominium association will be handled as soon as this meeting's over, or depending on the outcome.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if we're moving on to traffic yet, but I'll maybe pass to my fellow commissioners.
I'll go with Commissioner Cheatham and then Commissioner Douglas.
I had another follow-up on the lighting. This was one of my concerns. I am familiar, I've got family in Pennsylvania, so I'm familiar with sheets, and first thought I had was those are very bright. So I do wonder, is this 35 candle feet, is that the standard that you use in all of your sheets gas stations, or like what's the range that you generally use for your gas stations for this lighting?
It's a very good question. Typically, we request 50 to 60-foot candles. That is our prototype, something in that range. This would be at 25 that's been offered, one of our lower lighting illumination levels under a canopy. So it is very much on the low end of what we like to seek.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
So as Commissioner Mason started to introduce, and I will pick up that ball, the major issue in the back and forth between the city and the applicant here has been traffic, lane sizing, signalization, and so forth. At what point will the proposer be describing the solutions that I think their engineers and our engineers have reached? And I will say for the record that HRC is employed by the city of Royal Oak, not by the developer, and they represent our interests, while Fleece and Vanderbilt represents your interests. So it appears in the documentation, publicly available documentation, that you have come to some sort of agreement here. What can you tell us about that, Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that through the last June, I think it was June 2nd meeting that we had, which was an all hands on call between our FNV and HRC relative to the traffic study. I believe that all issues have been resolved with the exception of one, which is sort of unresolvable. And we find this quite often in our developments where we're in developments, and I'm sure it happens all over the city, where in a 95th percentile situation, which is roughly equates to 20 minutes per day during rush hour, that the stacking distance for the left-hand turn lane isn't long enough to accommodate every car that might be in that lane. And so, are you guys following me? So so what happens is that, as you can imagine, as you pull up, you're going eastbound on 14 Mile Road. You're making a left into our development. You'll move into the left-hand turn lane when the turn signal turns green, which is a left-hand turn first location. So left-hand turn goes green first, clears out the left-hand turn lane before through traffic goes in each way. What happens during that 20th percentile, and we tried to provide an animated video. If you saw the correspondence back and forth with HRC, we tried to produce a video to show exactly that, but we actually couldn't get the model to function and show the problem. So we kept on making it worse and worse and worse, and we still couldn't get it to model the problem. Not that doesn't mean that the problem might happen. And so what's going to happen potentially is that when through traffic is stopped at the light and the two through lanes, that a car going left could exhaust the stack and hang out into the through lane. So there will be a car waiting to turn left and a car behind them that's going to go straight. What we believe, and which is true, is the left-hand turn lane clears first. That obstruction will be cleared before the through lane moves on. So it's a temporary issue where, we've seen it in other places where there's just not enough room for everybody to stack to turn left. So they hang out a little bit in the through lane, but fortunately this is a left turn light first, so the left turn lane is going to clear. It'll avoid any obstruction to through traffic before the through traffic lanes turn green. And again, this is a 95th percentile scenario, and in all other scenarios, it functions without that potential glitch.
Have I heard correctly that the proposer here will pay for all of the traffic accommodations, the signalization and so forth at this intersection? Yes, we've committed all costs associated with not only the expansion of the lanes, the A-cell lanes and D-cell lanes, which we've added on per request of the traffic consultants. We've modified some of the geometrics of the intersection based on their comments. All those improvements will be paid for by us. As soon as we get to the next step and go into engineering, we'll start in design of that light, which will be submitted for approval by the city and the city's traffic consultant, and any improvements to that light will be funded by and paid for by us. And can I assume that once that's all installed, that we, the city of Royal Oak, will have the ability to fine-tune the signaling to accommodate circumstances as they arise? Yeah, so I'll ask our city engineer that. It's interesting because people talk about the traffic study and the depth of the traffic study. So traffic study is really just is an engineering discipline. It's numerical in nature and not emotional in nature. So it's just math. And so what you have in that traffic study is all the math that goes behind those recommendations. And we certainly believe that as closely as we model these situations, we've run this in a lot of communities, the timing of the light often gets adjusted. And it might not be from our development, but something else could happen to the west, something else could happen to the east, and it's constantly changing those lights. So you're giving this direction a second more or 2 seconds more, you're taking a second away from this guy, and those adjustments happen constantly, and those will be part of the normal synchronization of the city's traffic network system as part of their lights, maintenance of the lights. Thank you. So you will have total control of that. Thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? We'll go with Commissioner Colo and then Commissioner Macy.
Well, I have non-traffic questions, so I don't know if we want to stay on traffic, if we want to go back to
Choose on traffic? Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Macy, then Commissioner Colo. Thank you, Commissioner Colo.
I think it's for our city engineer, though. So this seems to me to be sort of unusual, the way that this unrolled here is that, so there was a traffic study they did before, as they said, developing, and they brought that forth with them, and then the city took a second look at it with our own traffic consultant, which I think is abnormal. I don't know that I've seen that very often before. So how were you involved in this, and sort of how's this gone from your perception?
Sure, and I'll agree with you. It's often traffic studies are not even required. Sometimes they are when we have some concerns that there could be an issue. In this case, we all know what 14 Mile and Coolidge can be like during rush hour. And so I did raise the flag. I said, I'm concerned, and I want to make sure that we aren't just accepting a traffic study that says it will work without doing some due diligence on it ourselves. And so that's why we brought HRC in. F&V is a very well-respected traffic consultant, so I certainly wasn't doubting what they were saying, but I thought that was on us to make sure that this operation, or this intersection, would operate successfully and not cause any issues with safety or with congestion down the road.
Okay, great. And I didn't realize that was HRC sitting next to you,
this is
so
Leah Michaels with HRC.
I wonder if we could hear from them.
Yeah, sure. Any specific questions?
So we've now heard that all outstanding issues that can be resolved have been resolved, except for the one unresolvable that he noted here, and I want to make sure that you agree with that. And we just heard from our city engineer that we're having you look at, you know, the safety and the congestion in the long run, and making sure that it was going to be appropriate at this point, and just like to hear your take on that, having done the review.
Sure, yeah. One of our outstanding items that we've been discussing a lot is this left turn lane. As the applicant has says, there may be times of the day where that left turn does fall into the through lane that was provided by their traffic, by the data. It's anticipated to be very minimal, just maybe a couple minutes during the peak hour. Should not be experienced throughout most of the day, but that is a concern that was raised during the peak hours, so we wanted to make sure we were addressing that as best we could. So the applicant went back and did their best to try to expand that lane to as far as they could. In an ideal world, we would like that left turn lane to be longer, but we understand there are some physical constraints on this intersection and neighboring properties. So that's something that we've kind of been working closely with the applicant to make sure we can maximize this as much as we can and make it the best for traffic flowing through the intersection. As the applicant mentioned, the signal, they have agreed to upgrade the signal to make it operate better, especially with the driveway that will be coming into the intersection. And then it will be city infrastructure to maintain in the future, and something that the city will have full control over, adjusting timings and adjusting it however they see fit in the future to accommodate this development as well as others.
Great, thank you. And I do want to say that thank you to City Engineer Donahue for taking this extra step. I think, you know, having seen, you know, kind of people are very interested in how this is going to go, and I think it was really smart to get a second look at this and have two opinions, and then it really worked out, I think, with a better outcome than we would have had. So thank you for that. And then this next question, I'm not sure if it's for our engineer or our attorney, but in terms of them paying for the entire upgrade of that intersection, like, is that a number? Do we know how much it is already? I mean, how can we be sure that we're going to get what we need from them?
So we did have that discussion just to make sure we were on the same page, that this isn't just put another signal head up there and we're good. This is probably a full upgrade where all those signals go away. We have new poles, we have new underground conduit. So we're anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 in cost to do an intersection like this. So we did make that point before the meeting, and he was like, yes, I know. So I think we're on the same page with that.
Commissioner Colo. Okay, well, while we're on traffic, I'll stay on this for a second. I'll ask a couple questions of our city staff and engineer. First, I just want to point out HRC is also designing Clausen Park and doing the upgrade work at that park, which is an $850,000 upgrade to yet another park in town. That's happening right now, so that's going to be done at the end of this year, which is really exciting.
Take a guess who sits on Parks and Rec.
So I a couple questions about the left turn and then the west approach. We talked about some delays. The level, if I read the charts correctly, do the level of services remain the same? Or do they improve? Do they degrade? What happens to the level of service on the road?
From the data they provided us, the level of service will remain the same, which is acceptable for a community like yours and an intersection like yours here. They're not showing significant changes. Your level of service pretty much remains the same.
Okay. Okay, so that's big. So that means people traveling either direction should expect about the same amount of service on the road that they have today. They'll have the same service in 2 years if this is built. I think that's important. And then if we do build this and have to redesign this road, I'm assuming that the city staff will be in charge of the design, or the city itself will have ultimate control of the design and the lanes as they exist.
They will do the design themselves, the
Yes.
grades and all that. We will check it and approve it or tell them to make some changes. We're going to do the best that we can to maximize the stacking length and also to minimize, or I should say, increase the taper length as the lane kind of jogs back down after you get west of that left turn lane. So those are two things that I will be looking very closely at, like how much can we widen 14 Mile Road without getting into the city of Birmingham right of way or trying to get into the cemetery. Nobody wants to deal with that. So trying to optimize this as best we can. But yeah, we'll have control over that design.
Perfect. So you will have the final say on this design at the end of the day. And then I guess for the developer, quickly on the design, we have talked a lot about taper length, but it is in the proposal. Have you considered buying any land from the cemetery, or is that something you've done in the past?
It's occupied.
Oh, it's occupied.
Yes.
Do they want to move?
That is outside of my personal taste.
Okay, so then, on the westbound lane, then adding a longer lane or trying to get into the Birmingham right away is pretty much unfeasible.
This drawing has evolved since we submitted it based on our back and forth on the traffic study. That decel lane has been added to the drawing.
Okay.
So it's on the drawings that have been reviewed by the consultants.
Okay, and then I guess to ping pong back to our city staff for a second, you bring up a good point about how this has evolved. Can we talk for just a second? I mean, there are 3 different sets of correspondence that we see. How this has evolved since design number 1 to where we got today to get to HRC not having a negative opinion here.
So just kind of the timeline of where we.
I'm assuming that we've worked together, designs have changed, numbers have been provided. How do we got to a point where more data was provided, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. So HRC has provided 2 technical memos stating whatever concerns they found within the traffic study. I believe we've had at least 2 meetings, kind of with the whole team. So the developer side, the city side, HRC was there as well, to talk about these issues. You know, where are you coming up with your professional opinion? They're not always going to be the same with engineering. What's it based on? Does it make sense? And so we did have a lot of back and forth, and we're able to resolve some issues and some misunderstandings through that effort, get some revised site plans, tweak things as best we could, again, just to optimize the flow of traffic at the intersection.
Okay, so the earlier memos have evolved and changed, and we've added more data and different drawings to get to where we are today.
Correct.
Okay. That's all my traffic questions.
I have questions,
Commissioner Herzog.
but they're not.
One more traffic question. Okay, we'll go with Commissioner Macy. You also have a traffic question? Okay. All right, let me ask this. Any more questions on traffic? Commissioner Macy, and then Commissioner Cheatham after Commissioner Macy.
I reserve the right to ask.
So we had some questions at public comment about emergency vehicles, and I wondered if the traffic study, it sounds like it doesn't necessarily include that. To be honest, I'm not sure why it would impact it, but maybe it's the backed up left turn lane. Would there be an impact that you can think of on emergency vehicles?
We typically don't look specifically at that, but I would say given that this road is more than a 2-lane road, there's plenty of spots for emergency vehicles to pull over. There's locations for vehicles to pull off the road. There's driveways that vehicles can pull into to make way for emergency vehicles. So I wouldn't anticipate this area being negatively affected as related to that.
Can I add on to, just quickly?
Is that okay? Okay. Commissioner Cheatham says yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask this later, but it's topical now. Mr. Murphy, in the site plan approval process, please describe to us how police and how public safety has a voice in this and ultimately potentially signs off on a site plan.
Yes, every application that we receive for the Planning Commission, including this one, is provided to public safety for their review and comment. Fire department did not have any objection to the proposal. They did not believe, they didn't note any issues that they may foresee with regard to fire apparatus vehicles being able to maneuver the site or this proposal reducing their time of getting to instances. They had no objection whatsoever.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cheatham.
Another point that came up at public comment a couple times was concerns about people making a left-hand turn illegally out of the property. So I think to go, if I understood the public comment correctly, to go eastbound on 14 Mile, coming out to go eastbound. I'm wondering if you, to what degree you considered that and concerns you might have, or if there's any sort of structural deterrents that could be put into that opening to make it harder for people to make left-hand turns.
they'll be allowed to turn left out of the main driveway onto 14 Mile.
Okay.
Because there's
Are
a
you-
traffic signal there, so they'll
Okay,
have like a
so it would just be on the
dedicated
signal?
left. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes. So part of the need for a new traffic signal here is to add the signal heads for that left turn, those vehicles turning left and vehicles turning right. So right now, there's no signals for that approach. So one of the main reasons for upgrading this is to provide those movements. So there can be a dedicated time when people can leave the property
Okay.
that doesn't interfere with other lanes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other traffic questions? When we're talking traffic. All right, other questions? Commissioner Herzog.
I would like to talk about the environment. Surprise, surprise. So for this development, for all developments really in the city, we want to develop something for today, but really for the future. Can we talk about some of the environmental improvements or upgrades to the site that is planned?
From where it is today?
From what it is today?
Yeah, we've conducted a number of different phase 1, phase 2 studies. The property is dirty, mostly with volatile organics, some metals closer to the surface. We didn't find anything super scary. It just needs to be cleaned up. So most of it will be either contained under a parking lot, which is normal. There will be some, as we are excavating sewer trenches and some of the other underground things, we'll be digging up contaminated material under our due care obligations with the state. We will be our contractors will all be notified. We produced a map. It's part of our package that we're going out to trades with that shows where the contamination is. And so we will be managing that material pursuant to our due care obligations with the state.
Okay. And then, so how about some other things? Like flooding is a huge issue in Southeast Michigan. Can you talk a little bit about your stormwater management?
Stormwater management
on
is
site?
per code, and it'd be all subsurface. So you can see it in one of the drawings. We're doing a complete underground storage system. The site does not have detention today, so it will be on detention now. As a matter of fact, I think the site is nearly 100% impervious with no detention.
Okay. And then you have some landscaping. Are you going to be using native landscaping in your design?
I don't know if I have the landscaping off, the plant list on the top of my head, but if there's any comments to the plant list, I'd be more than happy to work with that on relative to native plants or whatever it might be.
Okay. And then how about, can you speak to any like energy efficiency or solar that might be on site?
From your standpoint, no, we don't have any solar, no.
Okay. And then how about EV charging stations?
It's a very good question. It's a hot topic. So the EV industry is in an interesting space at the moment. However, what I want to communicate to the board is that Sheetz is on the forefront of EV charging. We have hundreds of locations that have EV chargers. In fact, we're one of the biggest providers of EV charging in what we call the Mid-Atlantic, all of our operating areas. So we really do make it a point because it really fits in with the amenity we provide, which is a 24/7, 365 restaurant convenience store. Having that amenity of being able to get a coffee, sit down and grab a sandwich for someone that's waiting 20 to 30 minutes for a charge makes a lot of sense. It's very cohesive. In this instance, we have planned 6 to 7 EV spaces for the future. And what that means is we brought some conduits out of the back room so that they are pre-plumbed, to be able to more easily accommodate EV in the future. We also provide ADA grading from our building out to those spaces so that we don't have to come and tear up pavement. It's a much more seamless installation, and it also just is perfect from the get-go for ADA accessibility. So we do a lot of pre-planning for that. Sheetz is also testing out its own proprietary EV technology, and that would be level 3 chargers, and we're working on that. There's a couple of test programs, but we are that forward-thinking where we want to provide EV to our customers, and that's something we're pre-planning for.
What do you think is the timeline for getting EV at the site?
That is difficult to tell. Every year we go to all of our EV partners, that are operating in our areas, and we offer sites up for an EV charging installation. So every year they get reviewed. For the Sheets timeline, I don't know if I can give a timeline specifically for the Sheets program. So unfortunately, I can't commit to that. I can tell you that we're diligently pursuing that.
Is there any way you can tell me like it's under 5 years or under 10 years?
I would expect, but I can't guarantee
years.
under 5. I think we really, knowing the number of EV chargers in Royal Oak, we are very much interested in providing level 3 chargers here. We do need a provider to help us at the moment, and then when we roll out our own program, this site would be a very high priority.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you. So this circles back to the question I had about 20 minutes ago. So sticking with the EV chargers, I see on the design where you have planned to put them behind the facility before the drive-through, and looking at actually the lumens and the light foots at the area, it seems a little bit darker than your typical parking spots. Have you thought about maybe adjusting that to make it a little bit more of a welcome place to park a car?
Sure, that's something we could certainly make an accommodation for to increase the lighting in that particular area. You know, a typical walkway, we like to have it something like 10-foot candles, something in that range. We'd be more than happy to accommodate 10 or 15. I'd be happy to have a little bit of back and forth with the board about that if we want to pre-plan our lighting for that for the future. But I think somewhere between 10 and 15 would be pretty appropriate for that type of parking space.
Yeah, I think it's at 4 right now, and probably at least 10 so that it matches the rest of the building and stays within our code. So you actually don't. It's not really a conversation because it's not a variance that you would need. Would probably be appropriate.
Could I offer that we make it no more than 15 in the area of the future EV park so that I have a little bit of flexibility with my lighting? I don't have a hard lighting plan here, or I'm happy to commit to a maximum of 10, but I don't have a professional design done on it, so I have to have a little bit of flexibility just to be able to make some adjustments.
Well, it's a conditional
That's acceptable.
rezoning. We can't require anything, so you can submit something for second reading, I think would be the appropriate response.
I'll ask our city attorney.
So, yeah, you're correct. Under the Zoning Enabling Act, the commission can impose conditions. Those can only be proposed by the applicant. However, you don't have to approve or grant any of the requested deviations from any of the zoning ordinances. So that could be a hard no, or that does give you wiggle room to request deviations from what's been proposed because those are variances from the code. And given that they're seeking in excess of that, that is something you can impose as part of your approval, even though they're proposing more lumens than what our code provides.
Yeah.
So you can stand strong or ask for grant a different variance for those particular code sections. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know if Mr. Murphy has anything to add to that, but I think he's in agreement with that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I would have to see a plan, right? I think we don't want to design something at the table, but my big thing is that it shouldn't exceed the 10 beyond the property line. That'd be my most important aspect of that.
Then I would offer, should we be given a second reading on this item, that we could provide a new lighting plan that shows something in that 10 to 15 range and provide that to staff prior to the meeting.
And then circling back to something Commissioner Herzog said, looking at the plan, there are a lot of new plants added to the site. I think there's only 21 caliber inches of trees on site right now. So anything would be a big improvement. I just want to make sure that they're all native Michigan trees, which I'm sure is just talking to your landscape architect and not a big deal if that's okay with everyone.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're happy to offer all native species, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And to be clear, those were offers made by the petitioner, not requests made by Commissioner Colo, correct?
I made assumptions. We are offering said modification.
Okay. All right, other questions? Give Commissioner Colo a chance there. He has several pages of questions. Most of them get answered? Okay. I think my list of questions were pretty much answered by all the commissioners, so thank you always for the courtesy of going first. Okay. All right, well, we'll call you back up if we need you. Any other questions for Mr. Murphy or any of staff? Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, I think it's for Mr. Wojciechowski. It's again about the cost of the intersection upgrades. So I heard 300 to 500,000 is what we think is, how do we put this in there? Is it in there already? I guess I'm confused. How do we make sure that the entire cost of whatever the upgrade ends up being to the intersection will be covered by petitioners?
You're correct. We need to, and I'm looking through the proposed motion right now to see if that is part of it. And maybe Mr. Murphy can give me a hand on that because I'm assuming this came from his department, sorry. But it would be as simple as the petitioner, as part of the approval in the resolution, would assume any and all costs for the reconfigured traffic and signaling to accommodate the final approved traffic vehicular plan for that intersection. And it may be in there, and I'm sorry, I'm just missing it.
Wisely noted. I think it would be wise to add that to the suggested motion if you're inclined to make a motion to accept the suggested resolution.
I only got about a third of those words down, so it's going to be a little garbled, but okay. Thank you.
And if someone decides to make a motion, should they also acknowledge the offerings made by the petitioner as it relates to native species, as well as any foot candle illumination evaluation?
And I will note the proposed resolution, the first item under that does talk about lighting underneath the fuel pump canopy shall be modified to reduce illumination to the maximum levels permitted under the zoning ordinance. I think there was maybe a compromise that it wasn't exactly that, but to the border or to 25, and it wouldn't be greater than 10 or 15 at the edge of the property, I think is what I heard discussed. So that would be needed to be tweaked or modified a bit to adjust to what was discussed here this evening.
Mr. Colo.
I do have a question for, I don't know if it's Mr. Murphy or the planning commissioners we have here. Were the signs included as part of the package that went to the planning commission? Okay, so those have been reviewed, right?
Yes, and those deviations from the sign ordinance are noted in the staff report and would be incorporated into the development agreement itself.
And the planning commission, who's also our sign board, had a chance to look at that?
Yes, they absolutely did.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
I'll just make one other observation. There will be a conditional zoning agreement that is drafted and entered into that will accurately reflect any and all of the conditions approved by this board and/or adjusted based on tonight's meeting, and that will come back at the second reading if this does move forward. Second reading of the zoning ordinance amendment, because you're also, right, you'll have an agreement at that time.
Yep. Commissioner Douglas, is your hand up to signal discussion? Nope. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, well, we have some proposed options in front of us. To be clear, this is not the Brownfield discussion. If this does not pass, then it would be a moot point to discuss any of the Brownfield questions. So I do have some questions on Brownfield that I will, in the event this passes, ask when that topic arises. But we do have some options in front of us with some stated modifications proposed by and volunteered by the petitioners. Commissioner Macy?
You're looking for me to make a complicated motion, right?
Oh, I mean, the commission makes the motions. I just direct them.
Okay. So I'd like to move approval with the following list of changes as proposed by the petitioner. Limit of 25 candle feet instead of the maximum allowed by the zoning ordinance. that the planting of the trees or native species, that the agreement for the pass-through, I can't remember what it's called, is included, that the petitioner assume any and all costs for design and reconfiguration of the traffic intersection, or whatever Mr. Gruchowski said earlier. Does that sound like it? And that's it.
Okay.
Otherwise as stated in the packet.
Okay. The what? Yeah, she said a maximum 25-foot candles. Oh, for the EV stations, do you want to add that into your motion?
So it sounds like, no,
No? Okay.
I guess I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm curious what they're going to come back from, and I feel like Commissioner Cole made it worse by bringing it up, so maybe I don't want to bring it up. Now it's going from 4 to 15, so.
Yeah. I just want to see them in church in the dark. So we have a motion by Commissioner Macy. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Okay. Discussion. Going to the motion maker. First opportunity. Okay, we'll go to the Planning Commissioner, former President of the Michigan Planning Commission first.
Thank you, Mayor. In our economy, businesses exist to provide people with the goods and services they need, and they do this to make a profit. So sometimes we hear people complaining about that business trying to make money. That's why they exist. And they do that by giving us the things that we need. Also in our economic system, consumers benefit when businesses compete. And they do this in multiple ways: lower prices, greater selection, better service, et cetera, et cetera. The opponents to this project are paying for an information campaign to block a competitor to protect their own profits. This is a challenging property, and I think the applicant gave us a very clear picture of what some of the options were, limited options were for this property. It's surrounded by industry, by rail. We've heard people that suggest that we should put low-income housing here. I think that's an insult to the people who use low housing. It's not a desirable location for housing of any sort. This company has proposed to build stores in other cities, and we've heard this, you know, cities over here turned them down and turned them down. Some cities have approved their Sheetz stores, and I don't care what happened in those other cities. I care about what happens here in Royal Oak in this unique location. Among the objections raised were the proximity of the school. The school is a half a mile away. I don't know why children would be crossing 14 Mile to go to the cemetery or to Birmingham. They live in that neighborhood, so I'm not concerned about that. The petitioner made a strong point about the fact that this is a convenience, that is, people who are going to stop here, people who are already going through this intersection on their way one place or another. We have been reminded in the past that we were elected to serve the people of Royal Oak. We serve healthcare workers on the afternoon and night shifts at Corwell. We serve Uber and DoorDash drivers and cops. We serve people who need gas or a sandwich late at night. We also serve our neighbors, people from Troy or Birmingham or elsewhere who are just passing through and need the services that this establishment will provide. I have spent a lot of time considering this. I've heard from all of the sides of the issue. People in this room tonight are vocally opposed. But if you look at social media, there were plenty of people who love this provider, this Sheetz. They visit their establishments elsewhere. They are people who want this business to serve their needs, and those are the people that I am supporting in my decision to support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas. Anybody else? Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, so I agree with some parts of that, but particularly the end. So what we've heard here and previously from many people who are very vocally opposed to putting this development here, and there's some that think that we have reasons for why they do, and some that we don't know. But I've talked to lots of neighbors. If you think this is where I get all of my information about what people in Royal Oak think, you'd be very surprised. So I've been out talking to many people about this, and for the most part, people have concerns about the traffic. And that's something that I was pretty interested and concerned about myself. And I think that it was, at first, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, this doesn't look like it's going to work here. And which is why I'm glad the city engineer had the same feeling, a little more informed than mine, and did something about it by having our own traffic consultant take a second look. They came up with some things that they thought needed to be changed. And through that, there were several layers, several rounds that this went through, and there were some changes made. So people who are concerned about the traffic share that concern, and I needed to see it all the way to the end to get those concerns resolved as well. This was not going to be necessarily an easy yes for me. But the people that I have heard, other than those who are concerned about the traffic, are people who are interested in because they like sheets. I went to school outside Philly, so I'm more of a Wawa girl. But I certainly know a lot of people who are in love with sheets. And if you talk to people from Pennsylvania, that's what they'll tell you. We have some good friends from the Pittsburgh area who were baffled when I told them that we are having this controversial discussion about whether or not we would have a sheets here. I'm not against importing good ideas from other states. I just found out that we're going to import another good idea from Pennsylvania. We're going to have some Yingling here soon. And I think Yingling and sheets maybe will go together. So I've been to sheets before. I've traveled. Sometimes we hear complaints that we don't know, we've never looked at the intersection, or we've never seen what this kind of a development is. But trust me that I spend quite a lot of time going around WROK, and I'm in that intersection quite a bit. I was just at English Gardens last weekend. And I've traveled and I've seen sheets. And I think that this is going to be it's going to be something that people are going to be glad to have a year from now, or a year from when it's done. And we have a 24-hour spot here. I'm not at all convinced about things that we didn't hear tonight, but we've heard before about there being an increase in crime. Like I said, my main concern was about the traffic, and I think that has been addressed over a long period of time. It did take a little bit to convince me, but that's where I landed on it, and that's why I'm voting in favor today.
Anybody else? Commissioner Herzog.
So I also, we know that this area is very challenging, that property, and for me too, the traffic was a big concern. And so I am grateful that we've had so many folks look at that, and that the petitioner is willing to make those changes so that it's safe, and that area will be flowing much easier. I'm excited about, not excited about, but the stormwater management standards are going to be increased in that area. They're going, so we'll have some improvements environmentally, and this will be like an EV charging hub eventually, hopefully sooner than later. I also want to make a point about listening to residents, because I feel like we get that a lot. And there are a lot of ways that you can reach us through email. I'm sat down with many folks having one-on-one conversations. We don't just serve parts of the city, we serve all of the city. So I spend a lot of time in the Upton area with kids in soccer and trying to shop over in all that area. So I am very familiar with that. But people haven't really reached out in that way, or some have. And I'm surprised when they come and say that we don't listen to them when we've sat down at a table with them. So anyways, I'm always willing to listen, and so please come and talk to me when you feel like you're not being heard. But I am, to get back on the point of what we're here for, I am going in favor of this project moving forward.
Okay. Commissioner Hunt.
Well, like Commissioner Macy and Commissioner Herzog, my biggest concern about this project was traffic as well. My hope was whatever went into this space, there would be the opportunity to reconfigure that area, or make it a little bit safer, make it easier to navigate if something were to be placed in this building. We know that this is a building that's been abandoned for quite some time. It's a contaminated building. It's being repurposed and cleaned up, and it's bringing jobs to the city. It's bringing employment or a tax base to the city. So it is adding value to our city and is adding value to that area. You know, following this process all along, hearing the issues with regards to crime and safety, and that's not really an issue in any of our other gas stations here. I think prior to COVID, many of our gas stations were open 24 hours. That's not the case anymore, so it's really nice to have a 24-hour place to go to get gas, to get convenience goods. But safety wasn't ever an issue in those areas either. I was walking my dog yesterday, and a neighbor ran out of their house and asked me what all of the controversy was about, you know, the sheets issue, and we had a nice little conversation, and they were in favor of sheets. I was in Trader Joe's, and someone asked me about the issue with the controversy around sheets. That's additional information that we get, that we listen to, that we can, you know, gather what other people, residents in the city of Royal Oak want and how they are interested in, you know, these particular projects. So while, you know, I walked in on the fence, I appreciate the fact that many of these changes, many of the concerns by the engineer, by staff, by our consultants have been remedied. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
We'll go Commissioner Chisholm and then Commissioner Colo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was pretty skeptical about this project for a really long time, I have to admit. That intersection is my least favorite intersection by far in Royal Oak. And so I, you know, even through, like yesterday, I was just going through all the back and forth, and I just really wanted to make sure that we're landing in a place where we're really considering all the issues around traffic in that intersection. But I do recognize that this is a really challenging property to develop, and it doesn't help our city to have a blighted building there for another decade or forever. So this will be a use of a difficult property. I do want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I appreciate that there's some people who came out for the first time. I hope you'll come out again another night too and hear about other things that are happening in the city too. But I appreciate your engagement in the process, and you know, I too have heard from a lot of people, but I really appreciate that folks take some time to come here tonight. Again, I was very skeptical of the traffic, and also my other concern, even before seeing some of the comments about the lighting, was the lighting of sheets, because I've seen sheets in Pennsylvania. Commissioner Macy stole my Wawa joke, but that's okay. I'm from north of Philly, so I've seen sheets, and my concern was they're very bright. That was my first thought. They're very bright, and will this be a very, very bright station there? So I actually do have still have a little bit of concern about that, but I'm glad to hear that this isn't necessarily the standard that I see all over Pennsylvania, because I think that would be way too bright for this area. Traffic, I think even up until this meeting, I was still like, I'm not sure about the traffic. But I really want to applaud our city engineer for taking that step and bringing in a consultant and really doing that due diligence to make sure that we really do take into consideration all the you know, possible scenarios, and really working to address and prevent problems from happening with the traffic. So with all of those thoughts, I am in support of it at this point, but it's been a journey. I'm going to say it's been a journey. So thank you.
I heard a lot of love for Wawa, but you guys have to try Rural Farms one day. They're a little bit smaller. Okay, so I just want to start. Am I excited for a gas station? The answer is no. Like, this is not something that excites me. But it's the development that we represented. And we say this a lot. The city doesn't own this property. I wish we did. Then maybe we could initiate the part of the master plan that says, knock everything down, see if you can get the 100-year-old railroad to move their viaduct 80 feet and make the road more passable. We can't even get them to fix the chips in the existing viaducts, let alone build a brand new one. So we often talk about the master plan being aspirational. I think that's super aspirational that might happen. So this is a development that's presented to us, and I ran into our former economic development director a couple weeks ago, and I asked him, hey, you know, Todd, you were with us for 10 years. This site's been empty for a while. What have you done with it? Why has it been like this? And he said he's tried to sell it, and he couldn't get anyone interested in it at all. He He said the only people who were interested in it were the cemetery. But it was too contaminated and they couldn't use it. It wasn't even hospitable to the dead people. So I think that says a lot about what the site is and where it is today. I think, a lot of commissioners have said, we hear from everyone. It's not just who we hear from in this meeting. It's not just who we hear from in emails. It's definitely not just who we hear from in the echo chamber of social media. We hear at soccer games, grocery stores, walking our dogs. And then we all follow it. I know everyone here watched the Planning Commission meetings. I know everyone here has continued to follow up on the different studies as they have evolved, as we've seen staff interact with HRC, F&V, and we've seen the data get to a point that got us to today. We have a lot of people that look at this, and when we look at a development like this, we can't make emotional decisions. We do hear a lot of emotions in the room, but our job is to pick out the little bits of truth, the little bits of what someone is emotional about, what is their concern at the end of the day, and how we can address that. And I think tonight we've addressed those. I think we got to the point where we've looked at the traffic. That was a big one. I think we've addressed the traffic. We've looked at the lights. So I think we've got to a point where this is an acceptable development. Once again, not the development I'm super excited for, but it's what is at the property, and it's a hell of a lot better than an empty, vacated building that was set on fire in arson a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's a public safety hazard today. It's only going to improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Colo. Yeah, I guess I'll play wrap up here. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I think we had, I saw some new faces come to the podium today that had some really thoughtful questions and dialogue, and I want to answer some of the questions that weren't necessarily answered at a technical basis with staff, our engineering team, or the petitioner. So what are we talking about here at a 10,000 foot level? We're talking about a conditional rezoning of a dilapidated, polluted industrial site, zone general industrial, to go to a new zoning definition, which is general business. So we had a petitioner ask, and it was a thoughtful question, why are you relaxing your zoning laws? And that's not really what's at stake here. What's really happening is, in effect, I would say from a lower, general business has a lower intensity use than general industrial in almost every case. So I think we can agree that, seeing the site revived to a full-on manufacturing site with 3 shifts and lots of employees would do a heck of a lot worse for traffic, pollution, noise, all of these things. So we, as this body in the Planning Commission, are presented from the petitioner, someone who bought the land, to say, hey, look, we've done a lot of work, we've done a lot of math, we think this is the best fit. We own the land, the city doesn't own the land, and this land's been vacant for 7 years. People have tried to look at different types of development on the land, and it hasn't worked. The math hasn't footed. And so now we have something where we can build and clean up this parcel. Like Commissioner Colo said, if you said, okay, what's your dream for Royal Oak? On our radar wasn't necessarily a car wash, gas station, and a cemetery maintenance facility. But the reality is, for this very challenging parcel of land sandwiched between a cemetery, a railroad track, some industrial and other commercial uses, it's going to be very difficult to develop. And what we do know, the status quo of having an abandoned building that Commissioner Colo stated had a fire issue a while ago, polluted under the ground. That status quo, I think we can all agree, is not acceptable. So what to do next? Well, we can't decide what goes there. Only a petitioner can come to us and say, this is what we want. And we have to go through a whole litmus of criteria to look at, to understand, is this an acceptable use? And so the questions came up, what is the value to Royal Oak? What value are we getting out of this? And I think it's a really fair question, because certainly when you do any sort of development, there's always going to be pros and cons. So you have to weigh the cons versus the pros. Some of the things that I heard here tonight, clearly, cleaning up the site, seeing that environmental remediation is a benefit. Activating the site, getting a well-lit building there versus an abandoned factory is definitely a benefit overall to Royal Oak. A new signal there will certainly, at the expense of the petitioner, is a benefit to the city of Royal Oak. That's an expense that we don't have to endure. The stormwater detention seems to be another benefit. So as we know, in our particular geography, in the 12 drain system, water pours in, it's not good, it's a combined system. So it's 100% impervious right now. Now there'll be detention and hopefully limit that as well. Commissioner Douglas mentioned competition. We certainly, as a body, cannot make any decisions about anything that would be antitrust or anti-competitive. So in our criteria, we can't say, oh, if this goes in, it's going to be competitive. I think as a fundamental American principle, we have to actually embrace competition as a body. I mean, that's one of the duties, maybe more discreetly, that we should discharge always, is make sure that we always have a competitive playing field in Royal Oak, and ultimately the consumers of Royal Oak benefit from competition. We saw that a decade ago, 15 years ago, when folks were trying to prevent any new restaurants from coming into the city of Royal Oak. And we were able to not allow that to happen and allow new competition to come in and keep our downtown vibrant and thriving with new models and new competition. And we as residents benefit from that. There's some really cool places to eat here in downtown Royal Oak and outside of downtown Royal Oak, like we saw tonight with Que Pasa. So I don't know if all these benefits rise to something that I would put on the front page of the paper and say, oh my gosh, look at all these great things we got. But the reality is that we have to decide, is this a good fit for that parcel or not? And we have to be relentless in our fact-finding mission. We have to follow the facts. A lot of great questions were asked tonight, and in no way are those questions invalidated. They are what people feel, they're what people are concerned about. We brought those questions back to this table. We asked our traffic engineer. We had 2 traffic studies done on this by 2 reputable firms. And I'll say, like the others, quietly speaking to my family, if this created or would create a significant burden in traffic at this intersection, it was a no-go. And so that's why at the Planning Commission, we supported a peer review. We got the information in, and there is very little degradation. The levels of service won't change as they are today. We get a new traffic signal in there, some lane changes at the expense of the developer, and for the most part, those questions, I think, have been satisfactorily remedied by the recommendations of the engineers and the developer and city staff. So we have to follow that fact. We have to acknowledge that fact. And so I'll be supporting it. I think that I have, like Commissioner Hunt, I don't have significant concerns about safety. I see we have, even today, some, you Google 24-hour establishments in Royal Oak. They're all over, fuel stations, restaurants, you name it. I've consulted with our police chief. DC Spencer's here tonight. Police chief is not present at a conference. He's at a conference tonight. But you know, we consulted, and there's no concerns from a public safety point of view. Public safety had a say in this, as Mr. Murphy said. So we really have to make decisions that are informed, that are based on the concerns people bring to us, and then relentlessly pursuing those facts. And I think over the course of this journey from when it was first presented at Planning Commission to where we're at today, a lot of facts have been, I mean, you said 400 pages. There's a lot of facts in there. There's a lot of traffic data and study, but the bottom line is that from a traffic point of view, levels of service aren't going to change. And I do agree with most of these business models, you're not adding to the traffic. It's not a destination. People are going to cut off the road, go in, refuel, grab something to eat, and head off. And I think it's a reasonable accommodation to take a dilapidated, polluted, vacant property for many years that's only been used for industrial use and repurposing it into services that people in Royal Oak and the surrounding communities can benefit from. So while not as excited as the awesome development we're bringing near Lincoln for attainable housing, nonetheless, it would be a challenge to say no to this based on the facts as they've presented themselves. So, all right. Anybody else have any other remarks they'd like to make? All right. With that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, all right. That brings us to item 9, which is the public hearing on Brownfield Plan at 3200 West 14 Mile Road.
So the petitioners appearing before you tonight seeking approval of their Brownfield plan. And the Brownfield plan, they're taking advantage of a state act which allows for essentially an economic incentive for a developer to approach you to seek reimbursement for costs to clean up a site that has environmental contamination, and it allows for them to redevelop the site in return for that request. It's a reimbursement request, again, to clean up the remediation based on the increase in the taxable value. So the petitioner has proposed a development that is anticipated to have a higher taxable value than what is currently established, and they've identified particular costs in their proposal which they're seeking reimbursement for, and that reimbursement occurs over a time frame. So you'll see the chart on the screen. They've identified what's referred to as the documents to determine that it's contaminated, as well as all of the activities associated with cleaning up the site. There is those are all eligible costs under the Brownfield plan. You do have discretion over whether to also include demolition of buildings. So the petitioner did approach the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority in February, and they approached the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority with the request that you see in the left-hand column. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority was not as willing to grant them as generous a reimbursement request, and you'll see that identified in the center column. But the petitioner has taken the liberty of modifying that since the Brownfield redevelopment meeting. They are asking the City Commission to allow for the reimbursement of the cost to demolish the site. And I'm going to hover over that in the table. That's $560,000 that they're asking for to be included as an eligible cost. In return, the petitioner is asking for less of the millage increase. So I'll step back further and say that the current taxable value of the property, no taxing jurisdiction will receive less in tax revenue than they currently do. So by approving the Brownfield plan, it establishes a base taxable value on the current value that's there. The petitioner is proposing to redevelop the property. Again, they're estimating that it will be a higher value. That difference in the taxable value is the tax increment that's received. So that is the dollar amount that the petitioner is eligible to receive should you approve this plan, in order to help reimburse them for all the costs to clean up the site so that they may redevelop it. So the petitioner, again, has asked that the demolition of the building be included. That was not a recommendation from the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. I'll let the two members of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority perhaps provide some more context to that. But in return, the petitioner has, again, that difference between the base value and the increase, the increment. The petitioner is not asking for 100% of that tax revenue increase. They're asking for only 80% of that. And we'll allow the petitioner to explain their justification for that. But what that does is it increases the time frame associated with them being reimbursed for all these expenses to clean up the site. So that goes out to 25 years based on the estimates that we've determined from them. Tonight does require a public hearing. Staff did provide public notice to the taxing jurisdictions that would be affected by this request, and that's required under the State Act. There's no requirement under the State Act to notify adjacent property owners in any way, just the taxing jurisdictions that would be affected. We did not receive any comment from any of those taxing jurisdictions, and those would be things like the intermediate school district, the county, etc. The one uniqueness of the petitioner's request is that they'll be approaching the state and asking to capture school taxes. And the petitioner can describe the uniqueness associated with that. It's a little different. I don't know that we've seen one of those requests yet, but that certainly is a larger tax capture than they would otherwise be able to capture if they had not asked that they don't approach the state for the school tax. Again, the petitioner's asking for something that is slightly different than what the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority recommended to you at their February meeting. Their recommendation for approval is in the center column. The petitioner's revised request is in the far right column. And so I can answer any questions that you may have, and certainly the petitioner can describe their modified request, and we can look at some of the elements in their Brownfield plan in more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And I know that brownfields could be a little confusing sometimes, and I appreciate some of the questions that came at public comment. And I'm not asking these questions to be rhetorical, but I think it's important to clarify, and you did, but I just want to maybe put it in a different set of words. So we're not writing, like if this approves, nobody's writing a check to the developer for 1.3 or 1.7, whatever $1 million. This is not a check. This is not money coming out of the general fund. It's money that would not otherwise exist if the property was not developed.
That is correct. And I'll come back to my point earlier that no taxing jurisdiction will receive, based on the development, they will not receive any less than they currently do. And you're correct. If the petitioner's taxable value increases from today's value, it increases, then the petitioner is eligible for that tax. Again, that's a tax increment, and they're eligible for reimbursement over a long period of time to help reimburse them for the eligible expenses to clean up the property, which are numerous.
Right. And the argument, and we see sitting on the Brownfield, we've done this for decades, we see it's a tool that was put together to help communities like ours compete with other communities because, you know, we are older and more mature and have more sites that happen to be more polluted than going to the middle of Michigan in a cornfield and building a greenfield development. So the developers do their math and they say, hey, look, this would be a perfect place anywhere in Royal Oak to do whatever, but we need Brownfield because there's a significant cost to clean up the contamination on the site from back in the day when environmental laws were pretty lax or people willfully neglected what they were supposed to do. Or we can't build anything really on this at all other than maybe its current use, which would result in no difference in tax revenue anyways. I mean, someone could buy it, put a yak and a shack on there, and you're not going to have taxable revenue of $1.7 million over 20 years. You would simply have what you have today. So it's important to understand this is not writing a check, correct? This is, and we see this throughout our region, Detroit, Oakland County. When you have sites that are contaminated, it's very expensive to clean them up and to contain them. And so therefore that limits what you can do on it. So in order to do any sort of development on these properties, you need to defer those taxes or avoid those taxes for a certain period of time to cover the cost of cleanup because the market's not fair.
Yes, and the state legislature had the foresight to create this many years ago as an incentive tool to address those very issues that you spoke of. And so this is a very normal tool that's utilized across the entire state. When the City Commission many years ago established the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, we determined that any site in the city would be eligible so long as someone approached us with evidence that it was contaminated or functionally obsolete and demonstrated eligible costs to us. So you'll see all those eligible costs in the petitioner's consultant, PM Environmental, had done a very detailed study, many pages long, that'll highlight all the superfine details, but their chart, which we'll look at, really breaks it down into where the contamination is and what the eligible costs are. So when they approach us, and if this is approved, in the future when they approach us for reimbursements on a yearly basis, they do need to provide us with status updates as to how they've cleaned up the site, where they're at, all the documentation associated with what they have to submit to the state to receive state approval at the appropriate state divisions to demonstrate that the site has been cleaned up appropriately.
So in general, with brownfields, anywhere in the city, including this one, there's no check that's written out of city coffers, so taxpayers aren't hindered in any way in terms of subsidizing a project. Rather, it is a tool used to encourage the cleanup of contaminated sites, which provides protection for everybody because you have cleaner ground, cleaner water, all of these things, and helps redevelop sites as opposed to just using and abusing and trashing land and treating it like a commodity. Cities like ours and cities that are older and more mature have the ability to move forward in general.
And it's under the assumption that the taxable value will increase. If it doesn't increase at the rate that's predicted, the developer simply doesn't get reimbursed as much as they originally had hoped via this plan. So the city doesn't end up subsidizing the cost, the developer just is shortchanged.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Those were the questions I had. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually want to start with a question for you. What's a yak in a shack? I think you got us all wrong.
It's a image that I have in my mind where a property that is so contaminated, nobody's willing to spend a dime to do anything.
Oh, gotcha,
So they just put up a shed and maybe an animal on it, and therefore, you know, you're no worse off or better off because you're still getting the same taxable, maybe less taxable value than you did before. But thank you for...
Way more than an explanation than I was expecting. I have a handful of questions for Mr. Murphy. I guess the first one is, when considering the other millages and funds that this has impacted, or that this could potentially impact, schools are held harmless, right? Schools do not, there is no revenue that would be taken away from local Royal Oak schools because of this, correct?
Well, the petitioner can describe their request. They will be approaching the state to ask for the capture of state school taxes.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, Royal Oak will still receive the same per pupil allowance in our funding mechanism.
That is correct.
Yeah. So even if it's approved at the state level, they will still provide us with the same per pupil funding as every other student receives in the
It's up to the state to work their magic to continue to give us the same amount. Yes, correct.
Okay. And then, can you tell us about the contamination that's on site right now as it exists?
I don't have as great a familiarity with all the details in the report, so I would certainly defer to the petitioner to give you all the nasty details on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
I'll point out that this is Brownfield Plan number 17 that City Commission has seen over the years. We have 8 existing plans that are still in effect that we're working to process reimbursement requests on a yearly basis when those come up for review. So this isn't something, a tool that's been utilized, just isolated. This is something that we've seen 17 times over, and again, 8 are still in existence in terms of us processing reimbursements on an annual basis until they reach their time frame of expiration.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, I'll ask the petitioner to come back up if you're willing to define your request and acquiesce to questions we have for you.
Fire away. I will, I'll give you just a little context on where we were in Planning Commission to where we are today. Based on Planning Commission comments and just by the natural evolution of the project, we've done a significant amount of value engineering relative to the contamination on the site. So we've relocated stormwater systems to eliminate potential pathways from existing contamination. By the product doing that, we've also eliminated, wrapping those systems and containing those systems. So we pulled a lot of the cost out of this project. And we continue to value engineer this and pull costs out of the project. The piece of this project that I cannot value engineer, the piece that I don't have a choice on, is the demolition of this building. And this building needs to be demolished. And I believe that when the state put together the Brownfield Act and in combination with our ability to do a BEA, Brownfield and due care plans, that those two tools allowed properties like this to come back into play. Otherwise, they would just sit because of, one, the liability taken on by someone who owns the property, and with the BEA process, we're allowed to isolate ourselves from that liability, and 2, through the Brownfield process, we're allowed to get a project or property into developable condition without extraordinary cost. This project, as we talked about earlier, has a number of extraordinary costs associated with it already, mainly the intersection and what's going to take place there. And it's important to note that any check that gets written is written by us. So we have to write a check for $1.7 million to clean up this site, only to be reimbursed over 25 years. Our reimbursement actually got a lot worse based on the delays to get here. I'm not saying that's a delay, but the property's been reassessed since our request was made. Our property, because we purchased it last year, the basis of the property has gone up. And so our capture is actually smaller than it would have been 4 months ago. So just for a point. During the public process and in the Brownfield process, we've heard this before, is that I think the comment was city services will be burdened by this project on day one, but we're not capturing any of the revenue associated with the project. We heard that message, and although I've never done this before, and I'm not sure any of your other Brownfield agreements have done this, and we had to actually ask to find out if it was legal or not, we've decided that to request that we capture only 80% of that tax increment so that the city has an immediate benefit and immediate revenue enhancement from this project by capturing the 20% of the TIF. So that was something that we heard and we offered. But again, the one thing I cannot value engineer out of this project is the demolition of that building. And we respectfully ask that, as I think the intention of the Brownfield Authority and the TIF capture at the state level is that we're allowed to include the demolition of this building in our request.
Questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Macy and then Commissioner Colo.
Did you explain about the school, requesting the state?
I'll ask one of these guys to do that for me. So we have our environmental consultants here, and they'll have a better understanding of the mechanics of the TIF capture.
Sure. I'm Adam Patton with Pension, formerly PM Environmental. What was the question again?
So we heard that there is a sort of a more unusual request that you're going to be making of the state to do an additional TIF capture from the education school. I was confused, but.
Sure. So under the Brownfield Act 381, there is the ability to capture environmental and non-environmental costs, okay? And there's also the ability to capture local and state taxes. State taxes are primarily education taxes, and they make up 50% basically on a pro rata basis of the amount of taxes that are collected there. So what this plan does is it is proposing to capture both local and state taxes in order to make that reimbursement. The benefit of that from a development standpoint is a faster reimbursement, right, of the overall eligible expenses, with the benefit to the community being also the added oversight that the state brings to the table, mainly that the work plans have to be submitted to and approved by EGLE.
Maybe a question on that. If the state approves such a request, does that mean that the reimbursement happens quicker, and therefore, once that reimbursement is done, locality, like our municipal taxes, we would see that sort of switch over and get the full rate of the full value of the development? So if it's just local and it takes 20 years, but with the state, it could take 10 years, so you would start to see the full taxable income from the property in 10 years if the state were to participate in this as well.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Gachowski.
Is there a separate, because this is new to me too, it's unusual, is there a separate reimbursement agreement entered into with the state, either EGLE or some other entity, with regard to their TIF capture and reimbursement eligible activities?
Actually not. Once you approve it, then we have to actually follow the state process, which is to prepare a work plan and to go through the approval. Once they've approved that, then the activities can be completed.
Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you speak to the contamination that you identified on the site and the plans for the cleanup as they exist?
Sure. The activities you see within your packet there is a result of an extensive planning purpose dating back to roughly 2001 as far as our firm is concerned. Those activities included, as was mentioned, a Phase 1 and a Phase 2 environmental site assessment, which included sampling of soil, groundwater, and soil gas across the property. And those investigations identified a variety of compounds, fairly typical to industrial operations, including petroleum compounds, metals, and chlorinated solvents, otherwise known as all organic compounds. Those particular contaminants are once again legacy items that represent a significant impediment normally to development and require a lot of the activities that are represented within the plan. Those are things like contaminated soil and groundwater transport and disposal. Actually, the installation of vapor intrusion systems to new buildings at the site, the design, implementation of appropriate utility infrastructure, including compatible piping, as well as migration barriers, such that when utilities are installed at the property, that the contamination stays on the property, and a variety of other oversight, sampling, and reporting activities to ensure that everything that occurs at the property is documented.
So would the site remediation work that happens and then the new installations, will they prevent future leakage and future contamination on the site?
It'll be a much better situation than currently exists, as none of the utilities currently on the site do any of that. The building that's currently on the site doesn't have any vapor systems in it, whereas all the new structures, all the new infrastructure will be equipped with that.
Is there any ongoing monitoring to see if there are contaminants leaking, if there's a fuel tank that might leak in the future? Anything to prevent a contamination from occurring?
And relative to any gas station that's installed, especially a new one, it's going to be a state-of-the-art system that has double-walled tanks, double-walled piping, as well as a system that has a number of monitors, both on the piping, the tanks itself, that detect a leak essentially as soon as it happens and contains it within the system itself.
You know, cars are dirty in general. There's people will spill gas somewhere. There's oil that will spill. Is that contained, is that within the vapor barrier or the barrier and mesh that's put in to stop it from getting into the soil and groundwater?
Sure. The vapor barrier we're talking about right now is specific to the building to keep all the contaminated vapors of the site from getting into the store where people can breathe them. However, you know, from a standpoint of any spills at a gasoline dispenser, you know, those are addressed usually in fairly small order. Usually pumps are about 7 gallons per minute, so you're not going to see a big spill there. They can be cleaned up as a surface spill next to the dispensers themselves.
Okay. And then when it comes to the building and site demolition, it's not an environmental as much as this is the demo cost of this building itself, correct?
Correct, plus the asbestos that's pervasive throughout the structure.
Is there a cost in the asbestos remediation?
Yes, that's part and parcel with the number that you have there.
So the $560,000 is exclusively for asbestos abatement?
No, it's a combined number with demolition and asbestos.
Do you have an asbestos number at all?
I don't think I have that split out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get an eyelash out of my eye, so I don't know what's going on at the second. So we'll go with Mr. Gaucho.
Yeah, the state application is also of interest to me. I wasn't aware of that. So the total eligible cost is 1.76. How much of that is eligible for reimbursement by the state? Because the state doesn't reimburse for some activities.
So it would be basically the school taxes on that, so roughly 50% of that value.
But not all those activities are eligible for state, correct? There are
That
some
is
that are
correct.
limited to just local?
There is a ratio on that.
Okay, do you know what that ratio is?
Not off the top of my head.
Or can you describe the scope of work that you'd be reliant on the local, on us to reimburse for, not the state?
Sure.
That might be a better way to.
So to answer your question, the demolition and asbestos abatement is specifically local only. It doesn't require the state's input.
Okay, so the state would not be able to reimburse for demolition?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Macy.
Well, conveniently, that was part of my questioning. Why would you go for the education TIF as well? It seems like it's it's more trouble and paperwork for you, and it doesn't seem like it's great publicity to be saying that you're also trying to capture the education funds. I'm just curious how it came about. I'm not convinced of the benefit and still trying to understand.
Well, I mean, first of all, it goes back to the demolition of the building, which, you know, is a eligible activity under the state's TIF law.
It's locally eligible.
It can only be eligible for local tax reimbursement, not by the state.
I believe that the demolition is by the state only, right? Qualified activity under the state?
It is qualified under the state, but your plan currently is not asking for the demolition to be a state.
I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so that's my understanding is that we needed to go to the state in order to capture for the building demolition. That was my understanding. Now again, the state capture, the school capture is the same story as the city of Royal Oak. So we're not taking away any dollars that they're getting currently. They get the same thing they're getting currently. They're getting an increase based on the fact that our tax is uncapped going into this year. So the fact that we filed the Brownfield the year after that we acquired it instead of the year we acquired it, you know, there's already been an increase in taxes that 100% captured by the city and the state and the school districts. We're only going to capture 80% of the upside, not the entire thing.
So 80% would be, so instead of saying we're only going to receive property taxes, let's say for a local, okay, let's just leave it at that level. So for a local, because the story will be the same for the state. At a local level, let's say it's X, okay? That's what it is today. When with the Brownfield help, they're able to build a building that's worth 2X, 3X, okay? So now the property is worth 3X. So under the Brownfield rules, you could say, well, we're not at 100%, we want to capture 100% of the incremental tax increase until these eligible expenses are paid off, okay? But what they're saying is, well, we're going to drop it down to 80%. So we'll see X times 20% of whatever factor that it would grow by. So about, they said 50%, now I'm going to be corrected, I bet. But my understanding is that the 50% is like, okay, they have these expenses and they think that the ratio is about the local contribution of tax, Brownfield, I'll say deferments for the moment, lack of a better word, is about the same as what they could go for on the school side. So they're about a 50-50 mix. Is that the way you're saying? When you said 50%, it wasn't 50% collection of the amount. It's that 50% of the deferred taxes would be local, 50% roughly would be state school. Which we see in our tax bills anyways. When you pay your tax bill, everyone's like, I pay, you know, this amount. And it's like, well, yeah, this amount's the city and this amount's the county, the state, everything else. Sorry, I did a horrible job explaining that. I could do it on a spreadsheet. It'd be a lot easier if you want to. No Excel takers?
So I guess I would ask back to city staff then, if we go in 80-20, do they only collect 80% and we get the 20%? Or do they collect their full amount because they want to do it for 25 years? So do they go 25 years and they can still get the full amount? Or are they only ever taking 80% of the total asked tonight?
It just takes longer for them to collect it at 80.
Just for clarification, we don't hold back anything. We get a tax bill for the full amount of the reassessed property. So after we build this property, we're going to get reassessed by the assessor, and the assessor is going to give us a tax bill of 3X, 2X, or whatever the number is. We're going to pay that tax bill. At the end of the year, your group, right, comes back and says, we captured this much, and therefore we're going to issue a reimbursement for X amount.
Yeah, so I guess, Mr. Murphy, then, is it 80% of the total, let's just call it $1 million to make the numbers easy. If they ask for $1 million today with an 80-20 split, over the life of the plan, however long it is, do they only get $800,000 total, or they get $1 million total? It's just the plan.
If you get $100,000 a year incremental,
yeah,
they're saying they're going to use $80,000 of that to reimburse eligible expenses audited by the city and all that, and we would keep $20,000, which means that time horizon is going to take longer for them to be fully reimbursed. So it's like
It's a cash flow
So
setup.
they get the full reimbursement.
They'll still collect the $1 million that they're looking to get reimbursed. It's just gonna take longer because they're taking 80% of the capture versus 100% of the capture for reimbursement.
I will say that this is, I think, maybe my second brownfield in 5 years I've been here. We have a brownfield authority who's actually a little bit more experts in this, and they deal with it on a regular basis. I'm comfortable with the resolution that the brownfield authority presented to us.
Yes, Commissioner Macy.
Well, if we're moving on to that, then I want to hear from the Brownfield Authority what their thinking was. I know that we have some up here, and I saw some in the audience too.
Yeah,
but
and then we'll hold the public hearing after that. That way people can.
Well, I'd be
Commissioner Douglas,
inclined to say, hold the public hearing.
Okay,
and
yeah, then we can
before I
answer the
offer any
questions. Yeah.
opinions.
Yeah, that might be better. That way if we get questions, it's more efficient.
Yes.
That's a good point. All right, any other questions for the petitioner or staff? All righty, we're going to open up the public hearing. The same rules apply as they did for public comment. We can line up over here. And again, this is related to the Brownfield request only for this public hearing. Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Trish Oliver. I've lived in Royal Oak since 1986. As regards the proposed tax abatement for Sheets, you'd be giving an unfair tax break for decades in the form of $2.8 million to an out-of-state entity that provides no community benefit. Furthermore, because of this tax abatement, less money would be going to the police or fire so that Sheets won't have to pay its fair share toward these resources. Also remember that, as discussed earlier, Oakland County Chair Dave Woodward has placed his thumb on the scale in terms of violating conflict of interest concerns by serving as a consultant for Sheets. We'd like to know how much he's being paid as a consultant, and we'd like him to disclose that voluntarily, but we've heard it's $40,000. Why would our fellow Royal Oaker, Dave Woodward, violate the will of his neighbors for the sake of his own personal gain as a consultant? Finally, you can only award Brownfield money if the project is in alignment with the master plan, and it isn't. On the contrary, it contradicts it because instead of realigning Coolidge north of 14 Mile with a new railroad underpass, as it suggests, it placed Sheets right in the way and kills that possibility, no matter what rationalizations have been offered by this commission tonight in regards to that. In addition, according to the Royal Oak's own master plan, a Sheets location at this location will exacerbate the underfunctioning of this intersection, and the Brownfield money should not be awarded. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. 31-year resident, 29 years an owner of a home in Royal Oak. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I had questions about, maybe you could explain to me, Mayor, how processing reimbursements is fiscally different than writing a company a check, because that's what you spoke to. You also spoke to the fact that subsidizing a business doesn't seem to, which is what we're doing, does not seem to jibe with your speech on encouraging competition. I would also note that the light pollution level that they're requesting isn't necessary for the gas station right across the street, so why do they need it? I think that's going to negatively impact the wildlife in that area, which exists. We have some really amazing birds living. I go to Normandy Oaks all the time. We have a lot of cool birds living out there. I'm afraid it's going to disrupt their living. And yeah, truthfully, there's something about, you're saying we have 24-hour stations and there's no crime, and then Commissioner Hunt is saying we don't have enough 24-hour stations and since the pandemic, and that seemed to be, that was her reasoning for voting yes. At any rate, thank you very much for the opportunity to visit.
Hi, I'm Gina Saab. I spoke early already. I'm back again to talk about the Sheets gas station. A lot of what came up, especially with the candle lights, was safety. You spoke about safety of dispensing fuel, but we're concerned about the safety of our community. We're concerned about the safety of children. It was said earlier that children aren't crossing 14 Mile. That's not what people said. People said that people that are driving through that are disgruntled by traffic are turning down those roads and crossing near the school. I live there. I know they do it already, and it's only going to get worse. I was actually almost hit by a car crossing at the intersection last year. I tried to walk to the grocery store, be environmentally friendly. One of the lights there doesn't even change right for pedestrians. I reported that, probably never fixed. It's already dangerous, and it's going to get worse. So no, children don't cross there, but people do. I see them all the time. People cut through the neighborhood, there's no protection. My neighbor's pet was hit by a car, killed, speeder. People speed all the time. Where are the speed bumps or speed monitoring lights? Where are the police on my street to catch that? It's only going to get worse. So if you're doing this, which you clearly are you going to put in protection for people against those things that live in those neighborhoods? If you hear our concerns, address them actively, because I know you're not going to not do the sheets. It's happening. We can see that. So how are you going to remediate these issues? These are specific things that we could put money toward doing. Where are the people who want this? There were comments that there's people at Trader Joe's and here and there that want the sheets. I don't see them here. I don't hear them. If they're out in the community, can we see evidence of that? Can we see screenshots? Can we see comments that people have made? Because I know everyone around my neighborhood and not a single one of them wants this. About the data that's been added. From a traffic standpoint, HRC does not find the traffic impact study and site plan to be acceptable. There are many items missing from the original study, including incomplete trip generation, a missing midday peak, synchro signal timings that don't match existing time permits, as well as a site plan that follows the city's ordinances. We were told earlier that there was data added to resolve these things. What is it? Where is it? There's nothing in the study about emergency vehicles. I live there. It was said earlier that there's space to pull over. Where? Where would you pull over? I mean, tell me, show me on a picture, draw a diagram. All issues have been resolved. I don't think so. They have not. Giving citizens mere days to digest and respond on June 6th to this 400-page document regarding sheets, and the whole thing was 900, but I'm talking about the sheets part, right? Is very disingenuous and suggests that people, okay, that's my time.
Thank you.
I had more to say,
Hello, I'm Liam Watkins. Some of what I was going to say is already talked about by somebody else, but it was talked about competition and how that is what we're valuing here. I'd like to say that a $1.2 million or $1.7 million reimbursement is definitely not in line with those ideals. To that same point, I'd like to question a $1.2 million reimbursement. I understand that that property tax wouldn't exist if the development doesn't happen, but also is the only reason that, we've established, I think a lot of people have, that this isn't a very large community benefit, this development, and even though that tax would not exist without that development, is the development only happening with that $1.2 million reimbursement? Is it only going to be followed through with that $1.2 million reimbursement? Because if not, that is $1.2 million that is being moved away from the city and moved away from what could be used for other purposes. I only know what I've heard just now about this, so I might be wrong. But it seems like it is $1.2 million of potential revenue that is being redirected for the sake of a development that doesn't have significant community benefit. Thanks.
Hi. Good evening, members of the City Commission. I want to start by appreciating my sincere, for expressing my sincere appreciation for all the hard work you do for our city. Your dedication does not go unnoticed. The main point I just wanted to get to tonight was that I think that we should as much as possible, stick with the Brownfield Authority's recommendation. I think it sets a precedent if we go with a different plan than what the experts would have advised. Thank you. That's all the time I wanted.
Hello again. I know you guys said this is about the tax credits.
Can you come a little closer? I'm having a hard time hearing.
I know that you guys said that this is about the tax credit now specifically, but we all know that this does relate directly to the zoning change and the development that they want to do there. And I feel like, along with agreeing with the other things that people have said about this, that being an industrial zoning area right next to and in between in the residential areas has grown that way over years and decades, because that is employment for the people who live there, and people coming and going a few times a day for their shifts is not going to contribute to the traffic to the same extent that having basically consumer businesses there. That as far as competition goes, we have plenty of gas stations within a mile. So yeah, I think you'd still have a lot of people stopping that wouldn't be stopping. I think it would make it a lot more dangerous. I think that it feels a little bit deceptive that they're acting like this is going to be giving something to the community when we have gas stations, we have car washes. This is, they're saying, it's industrial, but it's really part of the residential. The industrial is grown. My husband worked at one of the plants on Coolidge for a while. It's that's part of the community, bringing something that's going to employ more than a handful of people. And saying, oh, well, it's private property, not city property. Well, the city doesn't usually build plants. Usually that's private property, usually builds plants and things like that anyways. So that also felt a little bit like irrelevant to me as somebody who lives there. So the Sheets, they've been talking about wanting to build it in plenty of cities, and this intersection was not their first choice. So being that it's not their first choice, I don't think it's make it or break it to not put it there. I don't think that we should have to bear the burden of somebody buying land and then deciding that they want to change the laws so that they can build what they want on it. But the laws are like that for a reason, and those reasons haven't changed. As far as talking about, not wanting emotions, I'm not going to be that emotionally drawn toward the problem of somebody having an expensive piece of land. Also, the cemetery, couldn't get the same tax breaks for clearing their land, so I don't see why this business should.
I just wanted to remind you that it was my wife, Laura, when she was a commissioner, was the one that brought the idea of the Brownfield to Royal Oak. And as you know, the entire city of Royal Oak is declared a brownfield. So anywhere in the city that somebody wants to develop something and it's a contaminated area, it qualifies. Now, as far as the demolition is concerned, I would advise you to allow reimbursement for remediation of asbestos or any other contaminants. But I don't believe, albeit it's allowed, that you should be reimbursing for the demolition itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Nancy Poprovsky, about competition. It's cruel to even say that $1 billion corporation versus a young person, entrepreneur trying to start a business, that's not competition. That's monopoly. It's too late to say what I have to say, but I've got to get it off my chest. Clean up the proposed Sheet site, but not for Sheets, but for affordable housing. You keep preaching that we desperately need. In the past, you've made way for housing after a brownfield cleanup. It was done at Northwood, a very successful mix of housing and retail. And please, never use taxpayer money to clean up after businesses who contaminate land. The contaminator should have full responsibility and never innocent taxpayers, especially if it's a billion-dollar corporation like Sheetz. There are over 30 gas stations contaminating Royal Oak and more than 50 if you include cities close to its perimeter. We need another gas station like we need a hole in our heads. Nothing more creative than a gas station? Pathetic. And Mr. Robinson, about railroads close by, at Lincoln and Troy, like the mayor just stated, is a 200-unit apartment to be built. The commission was not derailed, like the mayor likes his puns, about this project by the railroad tracks, and put housing on a contaminated, polluted site at Northwood. So give me that you haven't approved, Shar, a site with housing that was contaminated. And about Sheetz EV stations, at the Madison Heights meeting, the Sheetz rep boasted they had 114 Tesla chargers in the US, Sheetz. You all support Tesla, correct? Do we want a country of gas stations? I guess even though you say we don't need cars, is this your dream in Royal Oak? In 20 years, I have never seen a meeting as scary as when Jim Razor aggressively and verbally assaulted an innocent bystander and audience. In 2 years and an extensive police report, nothing has been done. Is that on Facebook, Mayor?
All right, thank you, Mr. Protsky. Anybody else for the public hearing? Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to close the public hearing and bring the meeting back to this side of the table. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Colo.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify a couple points with staff really quickly? I heard in public comment a reference to the cemetery project and how that never happened. Mr. Murphy, the reimbursement that they're seeking, let's say it's 1 million, just for a round number, that only happens in an increase in value, correct? So it's not, the reimbursement can only come off of the increase in value in the land as it's used, correct?
Yes, assuming that there's an increase in the value to the degree that the petitioner has noted in their plan to you.
So there's many projects that can't or don't happen at various sites because the increase in value will not be high enough to sustain even in the 35-year run-up to a brownfield maximum authority. They could never get all the money back.
That is an excellent observation. That is entirely correct.
Okay. So then and in our agreement that we have before us, I just want to make sure, the reimbursement only happens if a development happens. So if there's not a development there and the property values have not gone up, there is no reimbursement that is given to them.
Correct. They would have to fulfill everything they identify in the plan. If they don't, they're not eligible.
Okay, thank you so much.
So I had a couple questions for the developer. I think a lot of folks are talking about Sheetz, but it's actually the developer that's asking for the reimbursement to develop the property. So the question I have for the developer is, are you out of state or is your company an in-state entity?
We're local.
You're local?
Yes, we're
Okay.
local.
So I just want to make sure people know this is not a Sheetz thing, although Sheetz, in a way, would, if this property is developed, would sign a lease and, benefit from their predictions of commerce for this area. This is the developer that's asking for it. When we talk about it, and again, this is hard. We've only done 18 brownfields. It's not intuitive of how this works, but we've had a property that's been vacant, 7 years? Maybe, and before that, it was at end of life anyways. I mean, they weren't pumping out, nuts and bolts.
They were building a new factory, preparing to
Building a new
move.
factory, winding it down. So you have something that's been abandoned for 7 years, and there's a market economic reason why it's been abandoned for 7 years. So without a brownfield plan, it is almost entirely likely that this property would remain vacant for the next 7 years, 10 years. And so therefore, you would never see any incremental tax benefit from this property. You would only have the burdens of an abandoned, contaminated property that attracts nuisance and maybe an apparent arson. I don't know. I don't know all the details behind that, Commissioner Coyle. I know there was a fire. I don't know all the details behind it. So then, when you talk about the expense to clean it up, as Commissioner Colo said, the cemetery, they don't make money, like they don't pay a lot. There's a whole different law governing cemeteries. If you wanted to open up a small little office building, you're not going to pay enough in property taxes based on the value of that to get the reimbursement. So to get the property cleaned up, there has to be a certain type of project that has the ability to grow an incremental value in order to capture that money, reimburse those expenses, and in 10 years from now, 20 years, depends if the state participates, then you're at full ramp taxable value, a 20% capture every year. You're better off according to what the petitioner is planning. But if nothing goes there, you're not, it's not money that's coming out of the city coffers at all. It's money that hasn't been created yet. When they build something, the value of that property is created, but to build something, you need to reimburse the cleanup because otherwise nothing would be built, which has been the case for 7 years. So I know it's a little challenging to get all that math, but the economic viability of the property depends on cleaning it up. The way it gets cleaned up is through the Brownfield plan, and we've seen that at least in 18 times, the heavily contaminated sites throughout, or 17, 18, maybe it's 18. The other question that I wanted to ask is, competition, that kind of came up, and I get the understanding of the subsidy question. Remember, keep in mind, a lot of our fuel stations that opened up years and years and years ago before there were these environmental regulations. And so therefore, they've been allowed to operate in a less than desirable state. As we heard from the petitioner, any new petrol stations going in have to operate at a brand new, there's already an additional expense to have the double line tanks, the double line lines, all of that. And so when you look at the initial investment of an existing station versus what the developer is proposing here, I would say that is it a subsidy to clean up when the other stations got to buy the green land and not have the regulations, not have all that? I don't know that is a, it's an interesting question. I don't think economically it checks when you think about it in terms of the investment. So, but when we look at housing, that was another thing that was brought up. We heard the developer say people tried. I agree with Commissioner Douglas. What we're trying to achieve with aging in place, what we're trying to achieve with affordability in this city is making sure that people of all socioeconomic backgrounds can live in all parts of the city. So this property is to suggest or to say, like, I mean, I get the initial idea, but to say, hey, our seniors and our younger people that are just starting off should be sandwiched on the way out of the way on the contaminated piece of property next to a railroad track that's elevated and all of that. While I understand that those are options, the math doesn't fit for developers, and on top of it, the contamination type there doesn't fit for residential. And on top of that, I think our strategy has been more to find opportunities throughout the city, not, tucked away in an old industrial site. And maybe that's my old Catholic social guilt, paradigm, fixed mindset that I have, but I agree with Commissioner Douglas. So, okay, sorry, Commissioner Douglas?
It's okay. I'll point out something that was subliminal in what the mayor just said, and that is that, this site is like a poster child for contamination. And it will always be contaminated until somebody develops something on it. And we inevitably, inevitably would be granting a brownfield for any subsequent developer that comes along. They've already quantified what the contamination is, and there's the further risk of flumes of some of that contamination migrating elsewhere. So I would say the sooner we clean this up, the better. I have a question for staff. So the proposed action, the proposed resolution says that the City Commission would approve the Brownfield as recommended by the Planning Commission. But does that incorporate the 80-20%? How would we fold that in here? Excuse me.
The suggested motion states that the City Commission hereby approves the Brownfield plan as requested by the petitioner attached thereto dated April 23rd with the following amendments. And that notes the petitioner's increase in the taxable value of 2025 as the base year and then 25 years thereafter. Yes, you would need to modify it in order to incorporate what the petitioner is showing, and I'm going to come back to this, the three columns here, the far column on the right. And perhaps the petitioner can affirm that this proposal, the column on the right differs, looking for affirmation, that that differs from the plan which is dated April 23rd.
But that retains my question of they're offering to, I'm so sorry, seek 80% reimbursement instead of the 100%. Would we have to fold that into the resolution somewhere as well?
I'm simply looking to see if the plan that's dated April 23rd is at 100%
is it in there?
versus the 80%.
The plan referenced here, the April 23rd, 2025 plan, has both the demolition of the building and the 80-20 split already in there.
Got it, okay.
Therefore, you wouldn't have to modify it.
Thank you. So I am going to go back to the table that you've been showing us here. The Brownfield Authority, on which both I and the mayor sit, considered this proposal here back in February. We spent a great deal of time talking about it. We considered opinions from other members of the Brownfield Authority. And I am inclined to offer at some point here a resolution to reimburse them for the recommendations that the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority made in February, omitting the demolition, the cost of demolition.
Oh, Commissioner Douglas, just quickly, I want to point out there's a footnote on that there are some miscalculations. So I'm assuming you mean the revised amount that staff put together that is in line with the Brownfield Authority's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very small.
I'll make that motion then.
Very small.
You'll make that motion?
Oh, good, thank you.
A motion by Commissioner Colo, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Herzog. Actually, Mr. Robinson, the discussion's at this side of the table right now, so, because a motion's been made.
I wish we had an opportunity to do this before the motion was made.
Yeah, I know. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Macy.
So, but I think what Commissioner Douglas just said won't apply then, right? Because you're saying the April 23rd, whatever it is, letter, because that includes the 80-20 split, but also includes the demolition money.
Right, so the...
80-20 is off the table if we're not putting
Mr.
the building
Robinson,
in.
I gotta keep the meeting back on this side of the
We're talking
table.
about
Thank
three
you.
different things.
Well, so it's Commissioner Colo's motion, so, but...
Yeah, I thought it was a Brownfield recommendation, which is the 100% capture. It's going to be 1.202951 million, and it changes the contingency amount.
Okay, okay. But in that, and you said, I think you just said it, but then it's back to the 100. So the 80 and the 20 goes with the demolition, and your motion is the 100, no demolition.
It does not include demolition.
And it does not include an 80-20.
Does not include an 80-20, correct, Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, I was just clarifying that because I wasn't sure if that was understood. And now I'm just curious, in the Brownfield discussion, why no demolition? Like I have a sense, but I'm just curious what the discussion was.
It's cost of doing business. Certainly mitigating means specific contamination is consistent with brownfields, and yes, we know that demolition is a permitted brownfield expense, but we felt that what the Brownfield Authority proposed was a reasonable compromise from their original request.
So the proposal we have in front of us is what was recommended by the Brownfield Commission with a few small minor adjustments on calculations for what things would be reimbursed for, non-significant, at 100% reimbursement, not the 80-20 offered by the petitioner.
So let me ask this though, because our resolution describes the property's 2025 taxable value of 1.590850. Is that the new amount, or is that the amount as of February?
Yes, that's the new baseline value. So when the Planning Commission considered it before, the petitioner was still working on the assumption that the taxable value would be based on the 2024 taxable value would be the base year. So because of the time frame associated with the petitioner coming in front of you, now there's a new taxable value. That is the baseline.
Thank you.
So that offers a little bit of a challenge for me, because would the Brownfield Authority have decided something a little different in the event that if they knew the taxable, if the math, because I think we went over a lot of the math to justify, what was actually required. So the question I have now, is their recommendation still totally valid based on the new adjusted number? So your goalpost just raised year over year, and so therefore, how do you remedy that? Do you remedy that with an 80-20 and then reimburse for the demolition? Or do you amend your motion to say the taxable value, and I don't even know if we can do that, from what was originally proposed at Brownfield? You know what I mean? So we're not looking at apples to apples right now.
Right.
I believe that the petitioner, there's a lot of logic in that. I think the petitioner can confirm some of that. If you wish to discuss a little bit further with him, he can indicate the reason in his change up for his request to also include the demolition and for the 80-20 split is based on your logic of now there's a different taxable value.
So I'll ask our city attorney, with a motion on the table, Robert's rules, how do we kill the motion? Do we have the ability, chair's prerogative, to ask the petitioner to speak on the motion? How does that work, sir?
Oh, you can, it's, sorry.
I know I have a lot of latitude, but what
Exactly.
is the best
So
recommendation?
you have a motion pending. It would not be out of order to discuss that pending motion with the petitioner if you wanted to address certain issues related to that pending motion. If the maker of the motion wanted to amend or withdraw their motion based on further discussion, they could do that. Or somebody could offer a substitute motion that then you would, proceed new course as you normally would on a substitute motion.
Well, I'll take chair authority because it is getting kind of late to let the petitioner come and explain the difference in what you would have proposed to the Brownfield versus now based on the difference in valuation.
Yeah, the difference in valuation slows down our return of funds. We acknowledge that. I think that the main thing, and we can't stress this enough, is that I can value engineer this site down. So if we're concerned about the number of the reimbursement, I'm fine with going with the Brownfield Authority's $1.2 million cap. We just need to be able to demolish the building. This is a critical component. We just don't have an extra $560,000 to spend demoing this building, $300,000 to $500,000 to spend this light. And remember that the Brownfield is not a reimbursement to anything to do with our development. It is just to get the land prepped so that it can be developed. And that's what we're asking to do. Part of that prep is to demo the building.
So Mr. Robinson, let me understand this straight. You're okay, from a city's point of view, 1.2 is 1.2, right? So you're fine with a 1.2 cap. All you're saying is making the demolition eligible.
Yes.
That changes the calculus for me a little bit. It doesn't, I don't care. Look, there's a cost. There's all the things to clean up this property. If we had a change in valuation,
is it a fair remedy to say, look, we're not changing the total amount, but if the petitioner, for whatever business reasons, is asking to include that and it doesn't change, the cap is still the same, I don't know, maybe hear from my colleagues to see if that's a huge issue. Commissioner Colo.
And, Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, what I just heard is that we will do less environmental cleanup if we can also knock down the building. So what contaminants do we leave on site? What vapor barriers do we not put in? What protection to the sites do we not do that's worth $500,000 if we leave it at 1.2? And maybe I heard it wrong, but that's what I heard.
So that's a good question. I would imagine that you still have to develop the site with all the Eagle and all the standards correctly. Like nothing would not be done. It's just some of those things.
It's the engineering design, like we've said before. We've continued to move infrastructure around, subsurface, stormwater detention, we've moved. It was in a contaminated area, we've moved it out of the contaminated area. So the big number up here is the contaminated soil transport and disposal. That's the number that we're looking to get down to almost nothing in order to make up for our ability to demo the building. At the end of the day, if we don't have enough money left over to just pay for the entire demo of the building, that's going to be on us. But I'd like the opportunity to value engineer this project consistent with Eagle requirements and still try to be able to get the building covered. Now, whether I can do that or not, I don't know. But
so the question is, I think, very specific. In the event that, let's say, there's a amendment to the motion to say cap at 1.2, allow the demolition of the building. To Mr. Colo's point, would that change any of the remediation work that you would do, i.e. the outcomes would be far worse off from an environmental point of view, or worse off in general from an environmental point of view, or are you just shifting the chess pieces around a bit?
Yeah, the actual due care obligations and the obligations to deal with and make the property safe and to manage it relative to the contaminants in place won't change irrespective of the reimbursement.
You have to do all these things. These things are eligible, but you're just shifting the pieces around to say what's eligible.
Yes.
And I imagine for cash flow reasons, because the demo would be the first thing that you would do. Okay.
But what does it mean then when we say the contamination of the soil is 500,000, we would value engineer that? Are you not removing the soil?
No, yeah, well, for example, we were doing all subsurface detention. So if you look at this site plan shows I think 2 detention systems underground, one on the Sheets property, one on the car wash property. Since we continue to evolve, we understand that we've got a cap issue relative to our Brownfield request, and we've continued to re-engineer this. So we've consolidated the stormwater systems into one system, so that's reduced costs. We moved the location of the subsurface detention system because the costs associated with the subsurface detention system from an environmental standpoint required a lot of isolation to keep it from being a pathway. So we had to wrap the whole system with, I think it was some kind of a membrane.
High-density polyethylene.
Yeah, polyethylene membrane wrapped around the whole thing. That was a very expensive piece. And when we dug up the detention system, since it was contaminated soil, all that soil now is touched has to go to a landfill. So what we've done is we've moved the detention system, for example, as one example, which saved a significant amount of the off-site haul and a lot of the wrapping requirements because it's no longer located in a contaminated area of the site. We'll continue to look for those opportunities. What our typical pace of play would be once we get through this stage, we'll go into final engineering and we'll finalize all those things. So right now, we're all dealing with estimates. And I would just want the opportunity from our standpoint to be creative, to satisfy every requirement of the law, which is what we will do. And we need to do that anyway because the Brownfield plan has to get approved and the city engineering department's got to approve all of our work. We're just looking for the opportunity to value engineer this to a point where if there's some room, we can use it to cover the demolition of the building.
Yeah. And to cover the contingency, I imagine, as well.
And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that, but it sounds like at the end of the day, that means that contaminated soil would be left on site, even maybe untouched because they're moving around stuff, but it leaves a contaminated site at the end of the day, which is not quite, I think, what I'm looking for.
I won't speak for it, but maybe we could hear. That's a good question, because I imagine there is yes, if you're going to put detention in there, you have to remove all the soil. If you're not, you can cap it with vapor barriers, because we had some of this discussion at planning. But the challenge is, it's also a benefit because if you disrupt the soil, that can also be problematic as well. So sometimes, you know, you don't want to necessarily dig in there if you don't have to, if you have another remedy. You know, so I'll let the environmental engineer, but I think that's what we discussed at planning. Yeah.
I just want to point out, they actually asked for 3 million, and then the Brownfield cut it down to 1.2 million. So I'm wondering if we're also worried about that 1.8 million? I mean, the rules are the rules. They have to meet the standards. And as they said, if they're going to go to the state for this, they're also going to be watching them and making sure they're doing it right. So I don't understand why we think that because we're giving them less money that suddenly they're not going to do the work. They still have to do the work. They're just not getting the full capture for what they're doing. They might have to pay for some of it themselves, right?
It's just a different way to skin the cat, and there's risk depending on how the project unfolds. And with demo of what I hear is a demo of the building, that cost can't be changed. It is what it is to do it. But through creative engineering, they can say, we can move this left, right, whatever, get all approvals with the state, with the city and everything, and say, okay, well, we've figured out a better way to do it, which means, by the way, we're only going to reimburse for their true expenses. So if they can value engineer and get the expenses down, it means we start capturing the full rate of that tax benefit sooner if they can value engineer other things. So there is a little logic on our end. Does that make sense, Commissioner Colo?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also, I don't know, I'm also leaning, I don't know how to decide right now, but I'd also be willing to table this and let them maybe come back with another idea for us, so we can continue this after. I don't like designing stuff at the table.
Well, I don't think we're designing anything. What it is saying, look, the Brownfield requested or said 1.2 million of reimbursable, like we're willing to chip in from tax aversion for a certain period, 25 years, 1.2 million. The petitioners come back and said, hey, that's all great. I was fine with that, except for now, you know, a few months later, the valuation of the property, the assessed value increased, which means that my baseline is lower, and I want to have more flexibility to get reimbursed, to do the development and to remediate. And so if I can move my chips around and still cap out at 1.2, I have more flexibility of reducing the overall cost of. So that 1.2 may come out if it's quite possible if we allow for the demolition of the building, which I was opposed to in the beginning, but with this new information, I'm open to it. Then they could find ways to take out 500,000, and then now we're only reimbursing them for 300,000 or 400,000. I mean, I don't know. That would be like a huge win, but it opens up the door for them to find value engineering new ways to lower the cost of uncontaminizing this property or whatever you call it, cleaning it up. And if that's the case, we win too, because we're not giving them 1.2. They have to submit a receipt. So if they say, hey, look, I found a better way than doing the truckload. Truckloads are very expensive. I found a way to move it. Now, instead of paying me $400,000 for trucks, you're going to pay me $5,000 for a big hole in the ground that's perfectly fine.
I think if you did the present value math on this, like we're getting reimbursed with zero interest over 25 years, that's not a really good, healthy investment. I mean, the present value of a $1.2 million over 25 years is like $500,000. We have to write a check day one. We don't get reimbursed for later on down the line. So I guess I would just, to understand how important the demo is to me, we would offer that 80-20 with the 1.2 cap, if you could include demolition as part of that cap.
I mean, that seems like a fair offer just out of the gate. Mr. Gruchowski.
Is part of that request based on the fact that the state, let's say this goes forward, then you make your ask of the state and they may grant their portion. They don't cover demolition, correct?
In this instance, it would include the demolition.
It would include the
Yes.
demolition. Up to how much?
The 1.2 is what we're talking about.
It's the same number. The number doesn't increase.
Okay.
It just accelerates
I thought
the
demolition
payback.
wasn't included in this.
That's under the different scenario, where we're now talking about including demolition at full capture under 1.2.
So it's based on what this body approves at the end of the
Yes,
day,
sir.
not, okay. So if we include it, they can include it, and do they also subsidize the costs shifted from the subtotals for the department-specific activities as well? Would they subsidize that?
If
So they
it's
could make
eligible,
up for the 500 possibly?
Yes.
I just complicated things much
No,
more than I
it-
probably needed to, I'm sorry, but.
What you're alluding to, Mr. Gachowski, through your question, what I took away is that it enables the state's funding mechanism to speed up the capture, which means that we might not have to wait 25 years. We could wait 2.5 years, 5 years. I mean, depending on how much the state contributes and how much the property value is worth, that could happen really quickly. So it opens up the doors for a faster, and we get to guaranteed 20% of the additional. So if the property goes up $100,000 in taxable revenue a year, let's say for the city, it wouldn't be that high, but let's say it is, then instead of that 100,000 going directly to reimbursements for a period of time, we get 20,000 right away, which would go to all the things, the general fund for all the things the city does. Sorry, Commissioner Douglas. Real quick, Commissioner Hunt, I said, okay, Commissioner Douglas.
So the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority approved a spreadsheet here with specific numbers, Mr. Murphy, and highlighted in yellow on this form here. How do we add back into that the $500 and some thousand in site demolition and reduce the highlighted numbers in yellow, or is this all just a gross number anyway?
I think it would be appropriate to add in a motion to add that dollar amount associated with the demolition and then reference the total dollar amount at the bottom, which would be modified by $560,000.
I'm sorry, run that by me again.
Sure. I think it would, if you want to make a motion to accept the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority's recommendation with the modification that the petitioner's request, you honor the petitioner's request for $560,000 for the reimbursement of the demolition costs, which would affect the total dollar amount as well.
But that leaves us at 1.7.
I think the motion would be as an amendment to say, we will take the recommendation from the Brownfield with these modifications. The modification one would be to make the demolition eligible for a reimbursement. And number two would be a cap of 1.2 million of reimbursements for everything that's eligible. And number three would be the 80-20 split.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
There was a lot of conversation circling. I understand, and that's logical.
You're just shifting it to an eligible expense under the Brownfield.
Yeah.
And the cap is still at the cap, and if it's an eligible expense, it's an eligible expense.
And I think for me, that makes a lot of sense for a couple of reasons. One, we get to capture 20% right away. Two, it doesn't affect any of the environmental remediation. Number three, it opens up the door, I think, with state participation to actually pay this off quicker, and then we see the full freight of the taxable increase of the property with the development once it's built. And it kind of offsets the fact that with the crappy timing of the increase in valuation and the new baseline, which wasn't part of that recommendation. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if Commissioner Douglas would accept a friendly amendment to our motion, I would include that demo would be eligible, cap it at the 1.2 million and change that we see in the document that's presented, and the 80-20 split that the.
So we have amendment to the motion by Commissioner.
If it's a friendly amendment, if Commissioner.
Well, we'll
Douglas
just do
would
it as an
accept
amendment. Amendment by Commissioner Colo. Is there a second?
And the 80-20, I said.
Second.
Second. Okay, any discussion on the amendment to the original motion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now we have the original motion, which pretty much is a little bit of a rewrite of the motion. That modified. It includes the 80-20.
We could have done.
Includes making Brownfield, demolition eligible with a cap of 1.2 million overall.
And the 80-20.
And the 80-20. Okay, that's our motion now. Any further discussion on that? I'll just add, actually, I think that's a fair deal for the city. I'm doing the math in my head and I don't see too many flaws with it. So it's a better deal than what the original Brownfield one was.
I was told there wouldn't be math.
I know, I'm sorry. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you all for your patience and endurance. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And good luck with the project.
Thank
It's
you.
just starting, so, sometimes these happen, sometimes they don't, so good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to take a recess. No. Okay. Well, I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay, we'll get it, Commissioner Cole, we'll take one from you.
Yeah. Does everyone need a Coke? Diet Coke?
I'm good, thank
Slice
you.
of pizza?
We'll give a minute here.
Pizza.
All right, we still have our meeting going on. We're just waiting for everyone to clear.
We're not gonna stay and learn about No, we're not in recess.
So. All right, so I just wanted a moment. Okay. All right, so that brings us to our next agenda item, which is a public hearing and adoption of the fiscal year 2025-2026 Budget General Appropriations Act. And Ms. Coy's here with us. Thank you for sticking it out. And this is the most important item that we're going to talk about tonight. And I'm glad to see people here that recognize that. So this is the I don't know. I guess I was that big nerd, 20 years ago, looking at the budget more than the other issues. So thank you, Ms. Coy. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you everyone for being here tonight and for the opportunity.
Is your mic on?
That better? All right.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. All right. Well, hello again. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight and for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 26 Budget Resolution and General Appropriations Act. Since you've had the opportunity to review the budget on a few separate occasions, I'll be brief and stick to the main highlights of the resolution and the budget itself. Then I'll provide an opportunity for your questions and feedback. So I'll start out by providing a brief recap of the budget process to shed some light on how we got here and for the public. So the process started much earlier in the fall of last year with the development of our multi-year capital improvement plan. This is a collaborative process between city departments, finance, and city management. It entails many aspects of the project development curated on the department side, followed by a detailed review process by city management and finance, before it ultimately goes to the Planning Commission for approval in February and is incorporated into the budget that I'm presenting to you today. Next, in early spring, we met with our departments to discuss their programmatic and operational budgets, which were reviewed and vetted by finance and city management, and eventually packaged into a working draft of the budget. This is presented to City Commission at a budget workshop held on April 12th. And then last month, the recommended budget of approximately $275.5 million was introduced for public consideration at the May 23rd City Commission meeting. So this subsequently brings us to the public hearing and adoption of our budget resolution and General Appropriations Act. It includes our millages, appropriated funds, rates, and financial policies presented at tonight's meeting. Now, this brings me to the budget overview, and I'll take a moment to reflect on some of the benchmarks and takeaways presented in the budget resolutions in this packet, as we've made some meaningful changes since last budget cycle. So I will start out by saying this is a budget that checks several boxes and marks the beginning of a new approach to budgeting, one that's led by financial analysis and data-driven recommendations from the departments, finance, and city leadership, but one that also incorporates solution-based recommendations from industry experts as well. Within this vein, finance had the opportunity to complete an outside water system analysis and develop a 10-year rate model. This model is intended to make water rates recommendations like these presented in the budget resolutions more predictable and aligned by establishing a more accurate framework for the system. Another highlight of this budget is a reduction in planned use of fund balance. This year, finance, with the help of departments and city management, made a concerted effort to reduce the city's structural reliance on fund balance. And after months of performing detailed analysis and identifying efficiencies, we were able to reduce planned use by over 50% from the previous year. What's even more significant is that we reduced our reliance on fund balance without compromising economic opportunity and growth as evidenced by the total $275 million budget, which also includes $27 million in capital improvements in its first year, in addition to numerous program enhancements and economic development, sustainable infrastructure projects, and technology, just to name a few. There's still more progress to be made, but it's a significant step in the right direction and an indication of our commitment to resourceful planning and long-term financial sustainability. So in conclusion, this budget reflects a plan that is strategic, responsible, and promotes sustainable growth for the city of Royal Oak. And it's one that I'm proud to present to you and the public tonight. So this concludes the presentation, but before I turn it over to you for questions, I just want to take a moment to thank our budget staff, Amy and Lisa, for staying agile in the first year of transition. All of the departments, including finance, treasury, and assessing, for their collaboration and support. And I also want to extend my gratitude to Joe and his leadership, as he came on board this year. He transitioned seamlessly into the role, and I look forward to working with him on our future budgets. And lastly, I want to thank all of you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your time and strategic focus throughout budget development. Your dedication and guidance was very much appreciated. So with that, I appreciate your time tonight, and now I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments that you might have.
All right, well, right out of the gate, the respect and gratitude is mutual. We know how incredibly hard you personally work, city staff, all of your team, and it's not easy working in a dynamic environment, doing the work, but also planning for the work. So this year, I have to say, I felt like it was a really good process, a really informed process, and we're grateful for just even the small things, and even allowing a few interesting pictures to slip into some of the budget presentations. They were still pretty darn good. But I'll open it up to questions for everyone. Not for everyone, from everyone. Although I do have some questions for Mr. Colo, but we'll do that, or Commissioner Colo, we'll do that after. Any questions? Okay, Commissioner Colo.
I just think it's worth pointing out that we've spent about 16 hours working on this budget as a team so far. And this is the result of all the discussions we've had that's led up to this point. So it seems like staff has taken all of our input through the many different sessions and led us to the budget that we've asked for.
Yeah, and that's just as a team. That's not the collective effort of the commissioners working with staff and getting questions answered, reading the budget, asking questions, and all of that, and then the thousands of hours I imagine staff has spent on compiling it together exponentially. All right, I'll say hundreds. I'll be safe. Okay, so no questions for Ms. Quay. Okay, so we'll open up the public hearing. The same rules apply to all the other public hearings and public comment. All right, one at a time, please. One at a time, okay? Get the cattle prods out. We got too many.
Okay. Janice Wagman. So I'm here tonight because I'm concerned about the direction of this year's proposed budget, especially in light of the substantial increase being proposed to the existing safety millage. Just since 2022, residents have approved 3 millage renewals with Headley overrides and passed 2 entirely new millages, resulting in a total increase of over 1.47 mils. Now the proposed safety millage would add another 2.4 mils, making a total of 4 mils. While Headley rollbacks are cited frequently, what's often left out is that since 2022, the taxable values of homes that have not been sold, like mine, has increased 17.5%. In real terms, property owners are already paying more. Yet despite these increases, this budget still contains a large structural deficit. What's especially troubling is the shift in approach from past budget cycles by now cramming budget presentations in packed agendas at 11:30 at night or whatever time it is. Previous commissions had much more robust public discussions, not teamwork behind the scenes, apart from staff, which led to fiscally responsible measures like a new hiring freeze and reaffirmation of our attrition policy, a policy that acknowledges the very real possibility that the city might not be able to meet both operating and capital needs. Because of that, even vacant positions had to be reviewed and justified in order to preserve a balanced budget. Yet this budget adds 8 more positions for a total increase of 43 more positions since 2019. This year, I don't see that same level of discipline or scrutiny. Instead, we see continued staff expansion, outside consultant contracts, new programs, the consideration of another new building when we can't maintain our current inventory, and a growing reliance on increased millages to close budget gaps. In addition, I want to highlight a broken promise from last year's budget. When the 2 new millages passed, this commission agreed that some general fund support would still continue to programs like parks, recreation, animal shelter, and seniors. In fact, you proposed an additional $150,000 from the general fund to be split between parks and senior services. But in the end, seniors, to my knowledge, received none of it. This year, senior services are again slated to receive $0 from the general fund, breaking faith with what voters were led to believe and what this body publicly committed to do. We all value public safety, but increased taxation should be a last resort, not a default. I urge this commission to reconsider some of these decisions and return to a more measured, fiscally responsible approach, choosing needs over wants before placing more financial burdens on residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagman. All right, anybody else? Perfect. All right, we'll close public comment, the public hearing, close the public hearing, and we'll bring the discussion back to the side of the table. Commissioner Macy.
I'm wondering if we could address the additional personnel. Is that, could I ask you that? Yeah.
Sure. I'm not certain I can comment on the 8 new positions. I'd have to see your list, but I did not propose 8 new FTE positions, to my knowledge.
Yeah, the head count from last year to this year remains flat. Total head count for the city, FTEs, full-time employees.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Colo.
You know, I do want to address something that was said in public comment. We talked about this recently at the Parks and Rec meeting. We do in fact supplement Parks and Recreation in the city beyond what the millage provides. We could not operate 51 parks, a senior center, Salter Center, and all the amazing recreational facilities and services that we offer on the minimum amount that the millage brings in every year. So we do supplement it with general fund dollars and other funds, but we're not 100% reliant on the millage.
So I don't see any hands up. Maybe, Ms. Coy, you could walk us through the different motions that we have to, I know the first one we have is, I had it up, our policies. Financial policies. Is it the budget resolution? Wait. Now, this is the one thing that is different with the new agenda system that I'm getting used to here. Okay.
Yeah, so we have our list. And one thing, given the transition, I'd like to say I did keep the format general and the same this year. So I'm happy to walk everyone through that. And just going down our list, we have our first set of appropriated funds. It's our General Appropriations Act. And so you can see the totals for all the funds, starting with the general funds.
Okay. You know, we could do you guys want to do it? We have to do them one by one. Do you want to just start and do them one by one right now? I apologize. I jumped straight to the meat, the second document. All right. So let's start with the first one, which is Resolution 1, the budget resolution.
I'll move approval of Resolution 1.
We have a second. A second by Commissioner Colo. All right. Discussion on Resolution 1. Okay. With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let's get down to Ms. Coy. Maybe explain Resolution 2 while I continue to scroll down.
Sure. So Resolution 2, that's just the setting of our tax rates, and it has all of our millages here, starting with the operating millage, and these have been also presented at the budget review sessions as well. And it ends with the DDA millage.
Any questions about the millages? Any motions? Commissioner Colo makes a motion for Resolution 2. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Chisholm. All right, discussions on Resolution 2. All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, Resolution 3.
So this is the authorization of the tax administration fee. It's a 1% administration fee on property taxes levied.
Okay. Any questions? Any motions? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Macy makes the motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Herzog. Discussion on this motion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Resolution 4.
So this is the water and sewage disposal rates.
Okay. Any questions? Ms. Coy? Any motions? We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Herzog. Discussion on water rates and sewage rates. All right, if not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 5, purchases.
Okay, so this is regarding the city's purchase order threshold. And no changes.
Okay, any questions? Questions? Any motions? Motion by Commissioner Macy. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Herzog. Discussion on this motion? All right, with now I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Transfers.
Nope, resolution 6.
Oh, did I miss it? Purchasing. Oh, purchasing. That's right.
Space missing.
Similar, yes. This one is just our purchasing policies.
No changes?
No changes.
Okay. No questions? Any motions? Motion by Commissioner Hunt, second by Commissioner Herzog. Discussion. With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Transfers. Resolution 7.
This resolution is in regard to the major street and local street transfers, and that the finance director is authorized to make administrative transfers.
Oh, wow. Oh, Commissioner Chisholm. You got a motion? It's an exciting one. Second. Okay, we got a second by Commissioner Colo. All right, any discussion? I will say this is kind of exciting because it keeps the reports, with the administrative staff being able to, put things in the right funds. It makes it easier for us to see things, so I will be supporting. All right, any questions? Any discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. Enthusiastically, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. All right, Resolution 8, PEG fees.
PEG fees. So the Community Media Network is entitled to 1/2 of the 1/2 of 1% of the PEG fees received during the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, any questions about PEG fees? Any motions? We have a motion by Commissioner Herzog. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas.
Like a peg leg.
I was looking at Commissioner Colo because I think he is the expert in PEG fees, but I don't know because he's good at motion something. There it is. Actually, I've only met 3 Peggies in my life, 3 Margarets, so I could be an expert. Just kidding. All right. We have a motion on the table. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye, Captain.
Those opposed? All right, motion passes. That brings us to Resolution 9.
So this is a set of our financial policies. There were no changes this year. So they encompass attrition, investments, retirement contributions, debt management, capital assets, capital improvement projects, and our fund balance policies. So those are all in the attachment.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Colo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move this, but I'll ask staff to review it for next year with the new administration, and some of them are over 20 years old. I think it's time to take a deep dive into, are they relevant today, or do they need to be updated?
Yeah, we got Ms. Coy, we got Mr. Gaucho, we got, say, Mr. Grochowski. He's still got a new car smell. So I think that's a good idea. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Colo. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. We get the budget passed, and all of the all 9 of them.
And so we're good to go.
Be open in July.
Until our First Amendment.
I look forward to that. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coy. Thank you for everything. Okay. All right, this brings us to the end of our meeting tonight. Notwithstanding anything for the continued benefit of our community that we love and serve, is there an enthusiastic motion to adjourn? We have an enthusiastic motion to adjourn by Commissioner Herzog, seconded by Commissioner Cheatham. With that sort of enthusiasm, I'm unsure who could say no, but I'll ask for discussion. Any discussion? None? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Adjourned.